scared. I'll hide in backyard or just sleep there. Don't know what you mean, I don't care. I'll hide in backyard, follow me there.
Okay, we're live. Okay. Hello. It's Cecily. We're back with another weekly stream where we make music. This is week 3. Let's hope we can go week 4 until we don't actually miss a day. Let's go. How's everyone doing? Has everyone had a good weekend? I've had a bad weekend. I had an above average weekend. I saw so right now in theaters there's the new Hayao Miyazaki movie. I went to see that. It was good. Besides that, it's not looking good. But hey, the album's coming out. Album's coming out in Friday. It's coming out on Friday. That's when it comes out. Let me test the audio. That's when it comes out. Why is it? Okay, there's like a noise. Oh, that's bizarre. Wait, what? Let me try to fix that. That's it's still doing it. I can see it in the okay. Why is it not being fixed? Phone settings. Why is it not being? Oh shit. I'm sorry, you heard that twice. Okay, I'm having some technical difficulties here. Cecily Rand stream. This is classic Cecily Rand stream where we have to solve a problem. This is great, right? Microphone setup. No. Let me go to the sound settings. Please let me go to the sound settings. Okay. How is it now? Let's see. Test. Hello. Is that you, Billy? Can you not hear me? You can't hear me.
Hey,
Oops. Okay. Is it because is Discord now? Okay, I think the stream is fixed. Okay. I think the stream is fixed, but you can't input device. Oh, it's detecting now. You can hear me now, right?
yay! I can hear you now. Yes, wonderful.
Let's go. Okay, we had some technical difficulties. My mic setup was all fucked up. There was like noise coming from the one channel. Now it's all good. Let's go. We are so back. We are Barack, as they say.
That's my impression. That's my impression of a like a bad metal singer.
It's wow.
Like not metal, but you know, like AC/DC. You know, you ever hear any of that shit?
Yeah, back in black is literally how that guy sounds. Back in black. It's literally how that guy sounds.
Did you ever watch Homestar Runner?
No, but I do know like the bits from it. I've seen clips.
Do you know Limousine, band from Homestar Runner?
No.
Well, the joke of Limousine is that it's like the ultimate bad 1980s rock band,
Oh, I see.
and the main guy, it's like a show within a show, and they mostly use it when we need to do bits about music. Uh, but one of the good jokes it does is the when the singer guy talks, he sounds like that. He just talks like that.
I see. Imagine being a rock band in the 1980s. What a bad time to be a rock band. Imagine New Order
I
is
mean,
making pop
fucking Van
songs.
Halen. The biggest Van Halen song of the 1980s is a synth pop song. So
They were all searching the synthesizers. I hear you sold your guitars and bought turntables. Nice. Okay. What am I gonna do? Yeah, I'm gonna make a song. I should make a song. You should give me a key.
can oh fuck do a song in minor. You still don't do that a lot.
Oh, okay. A minor. A minor is okay.
Maybe like C minor.
C minor is ooh. Okay, the thing about C is writing songs in C is difficult because when the the lower C note bass is too low and the lower C note high C note is like too high. It's especially hard when you're
Just
like
do it too low. Have it be sludgy, as they say.
yeah, that could work, I think. I want to make like a ska song. Like, have you heard Streetlight Manifesto? They're good.
Is that one of those Jeff Gazenstock gay bands?
No, it's actually completely unrelated, but I think he is a fan. Their songs are really fast, so I want to put like 205. And like, actually,
Okay, we're I may have incurred I may be telling you to make a thrash metal song right now.
there's many song. What's a good example? I'm not sure. It's like really fast, right? It's like super fast.
No, I'm music. No, it's just like hardcore punk tempos. It's like 200.
200.
I want to see you make a thrash metal song with no reference for what that is.
Yeah, I have no idea. Wait, let me go.
Oh, remember to do double kick drum shit. That's the other aspect.
Yeah, of course.
No, dude, put a B flat there. In that last melody, put a B flat in it.
B flat. Like this. Oh, nice. Okay. It should only be 4 notes.
You're like doing too good of a job. This needs to be more pop. The
Needs
thing
to be
about
more.
thrash metal is that it's bad. It's a bad musical genre. It needs more pop in it.
I'm gonna put like a horn melody on top of it, like
Awesome. Okay. Can you? Here's my other suggestion. Make the chorus power metal.
Okay, so I know power metal. I know how to do power metal. There's like I like Andrew WK. That guy's really good. He does like
Hi, Jack. Hi, Riley.
Hello, Jackie and Riley. Wow. All the cool people are here today. Where were you guys when last stream where no one was there? Very nice.
It's because it's 8 p.m. in America, and last time I was like 11.
Yeah, I started early today. Da-na-na-na.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's nothing stopping you.
Oh yeah, you can join the call.
We're having a vibing time with Jackie.
We are vibing, and why the song is very aggressive. Okay, I mean, actually, I if Jackie wants, they can join. They can get the role. Okay. But it is like a public stream, so I think I just wanted to go like that. Actually, I think I wanted to go back to the E flat. Of course. Wahoo!
What if that first
I
D
forgot.
flat
The B flat,
in the first D flat in the pre-chorus? What if you went to the A? What if you went to a regular A?
wait, in the
D
pre
sharp, not D flat.
oh, D sharp. So like, okay, so like this part,
Not the
A.
arps.
An A. So it's like a 7 flat then. No, it's like it's a 6 sharp.
Yeah, it sounds cool. It makes it cool and like tense and cool and chromatic, and
How-
it'll work
how-
with even the diatonic melody.
How would you
over it.
know that
And
would
it also
sound
leads
good?
in.
Yeah, how would you know that would sound good just by looking at it?
Borrowing from Vidorian. Also, I know music theory.
Of course. I didn't. This needs way more trumpet in it. Should it be an major or minor? I guess it. I guess a minor.
It should be an A diminished.
Diminished. So diminished is where the fifth is a flat. Yeah.
The fifth is a flat, so it would have a D sharp in it
Of course.
instead of an E.
Yeah, that sounds good.
It also probably wouldn't have an A in the melody. It would have like a B flat or something. Maybe a C.
Yeah, that leads in well. Oh yeah, I forgot to actually make this an A. An A. Actually, let's just have this at D sharp and A sharp is the second one. Okay. Da da da. Da 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 da. La. Da da da. Actually, let's put the horn is clashing too much with the focus, so I'm gonna just put this in here. Kind of like Well. Man, I'm making like a dark cabaret song. That's what I ended up making. I made like a stomach book song.
Oh my god, you did. You got you can use this for the album, and I'll do my best VV impression.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, I need to put this in something. This is actually sounding too good now. Too good to be a stream song. Oh.
Bunny noises.
What does like a what kind of noise does a bunny make? I never figured this out, even though I'm a bunny. Even though I am one.
Pion.
Yeah.
Pion.
Pew. That's how it goes.
Pion. Pion.
That was silly.
True. You are a silly thing.
Is this a vocal melody?
Yeah, like this is the vocal melody. This is supposed to be like a trumpet in the background, I guess.
Okay, good. Because I was about to say, if this is the vocal melody, it's really busy.
Yeah, this is like I was trying to do like 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 one of the ska punk things. Like there's a I guess a lot of ska punk is in a minor key actually. I've been trying to listen to more.
Is it? I haven't noticed. I most of the ska punk I've heard
Cause
is
it's
major. It's the stream VC is invite only. Yeah.
it is invite only and I'm sorry but I don't know you so I'm like I'm not sure if I can let you in. But welcome to the stream. Oh yeah, so I'm literally just thinking of one band which is Straight Light Manifesto. They write a lot in minor key. I think you would like them actually because they're not like they're not like the typical ska punk bands. A lot of ska punk bands that are popular that it's just pop punk with trumpet on it, which I think is great. I think pop punk should have
Yeah.
trumpet on it. Okay. This is good enough so now I can like put drums on it. Actually for this beginning I'm just gonna do like a simple thing where I just follow the rhythm.
You should add some rolls.
Like a fill?
No, like rolls in the snare thing.
Oh yeah, it's like
Like cool new anthem.
why would you know that song? Why? I'm like that was a whiplash.
You know what I mean though, right?
Of course, but I just copied that from the song Homestuck by Clark Power. Plasma Task. Great musician by the way.
We'll get stuck.
Yeah, it's Homestuck stuff. Rowdy, do you know Homestuck?
Some
I know of Homestuck.
I think I'm gonna be honest. I usually don't recommend Homestuck to people, but I'd recommend it to Riley.
You don't usually recommend it to people.
Yeah, that's sort of a common
Like it's
thing.
bad.
People
It's
who
a
like-
bad
people who
webcomic, but I feel
Homestuck
like.
are like, I love Homestuck. Don't read it. It
But
sucks.
honestly, the reason people say don't read Homestuck is because it's like a lot of build up to not much at all. But I feel like you wouldn't mind because we were both Aspets fans.
Yeah, that's fair.
And Homestuck and House Pets are so fucking similar in tone.
One just says slurs.
Yeah,
Both-
one says slurs. One has slurs in it.
Yes, it's Homestuck.
It's home fuck.
Future arachnid script, etc.
Man, look, listen to these double kick beats.
Funky fresh beats.
Is this in 4x4? Yeah, it's in 4x4. I need-
I forgot to take my ADHD medication this morning, so I'm gonna be a little silly.
Silly. I like that. I knew that you would say silly. Like I knew the exact word.
Yeah, because she got it from me.
Yeah, you say that.
So silly.
Just a little silly. No, it's because we both used to say, "Oh fuck, I'm so stupid," but at one point I was like, "Man, that's mean. We should say something funnier." And so now we say, "Oh, I'm so silly."
That's
You're
better.
so silly.
Because it's just inconsiderate to be
It's
mean to
kinda
yourself.
better. Yeah, don't be mean.
Uh,
Actually, maybe we should just go double kick on this. Let me put you in like drum section. This is 12 by 8. Give me 4 by 4.
12 by 8 is it's the compound version of 4x4. Instead of being 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, it's 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a. That's some music lore for the audience.
Yeah, it's
Lore.
it's like a fun thing. You can like write sea scientists and then
Music lore Gangnam Style was 1 year ago.
Peru. Okay. I this is swing. Okay, it says swing rhythms. This kind of works. Okay. Kind of works.
So what does Gangnam mean again? Because
Gangnam.
I've experienced it in 2 places. One is the internet meme, and the other is Tim Rogers says it in fucking that one piece of his.
Gangnam is a
District.
Gangnam is a place. It's just a place where rich people hang out.
It's a place.
It's like Beverly Hills.
Oh,
Bev-
fucking
Bev-
course. Oh
Well,
my god.
Or I guess like Silicon
Wait.
Valley, that kind of vibe.
Hang on. I think I typed
Weezer
that wrong.
Beverly
Hold on.
Hills.
Beverly Hills, what's up? Are they?
Wait.
Okay.
Why is there? Why can I not find like a consistent answer to this?
It's the one.
What Gangnam means?
It's just it's like it's not a district. It's a fucking precinct, I guess. Like for example, I live in Gangsa, so Nam means. Okay, so Nam means south, and Sa means west. So it's just like Gang is like a place name. It's like north of Gang, no, north of south. That's what it means. So
Okay.
Gangnam is south of Gang. It's not too far away from where I am, but I don't go there. It's
You can visit the Gangnam Style.
I can indeed visit where the Gangnam Style originated, but the song is like making fun of it. So
Yeah, Psy is actually based as fuck. I'm not sure if any of you know this.
Psy is like super based. He's like, he did this whole. He was cancelled once for doing this whole anti-American military rap, on a
Yeah,
concert.
He did this. He did Dear America.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who did that song originally? Was it?
NEXT.
Yeah, he's super based, and he also like writes and produces all his songs, which is very rare in K-pop. So Psy was like originally in his first few albums, he was like an edgelord Eminem kind of rapper. Like he made like his name Psy is like it stands for psycho. It's like his brand was like he's the psycho naughty guy who writes about raunchy raps. It's like that was like his thing, and then he kind of got more mainstream. And then Gangnam Style happened, and now he's like he just does normal pop rap. But that was his thing. Was that he was like Eminem. He was Korean Eminem.
Hey, sexy lady.
Oh my god, he was like 30? He was like 35?
When Gangnam Style?
When Gangnam Style, yeah. In
Yeah, he
2013 he was 35.
Yeah, and he had been popular in Korea for like 10 years, I think, before that. This kind of works. Okay, I'm gonna be a bit lazy with the drums here. This is actually completely offbeat with the what? Wait, is this even in 4x4? Yeah, but it's just like totally upbeat. Okay, I'm actually just gonna write my own drums then, because This is the thing with using pre-made drum beats. It's just that if there's like a set rhythm in the song, you can't just fucking copy paste it. You have to sometimes you just have to make it. And I'm not good at drum programming. I'm really bad at drum programming. Why can't I? Oh.
Why does YouTube keep wanting me to watch Simpsons clips? I don't want to. Like, that's just at the bottom of my page when I have your screen open, or your stream open.
Don't you know The Simpsons is good again? That's what YouTube tells me.
Oh, okay.
I'm okay. Should I make a whole album of songs like this? Okay, I'm gonna be late with the bass. The bass is gonna be. It's just gonna be this. It's meta bass usually picked or fingered. I would think picked. I feel I need a deep sound though. Like, ooh. Oh, this is good. Hardcore. Oh shit, I need to.
How Biddy's name on screen is just B.
B, yeah. Oh yeah, you're the only one who is like that. While you aren't.
Here, let me fix this.
It's because you don't have a display name set. It's just your username.
Yeah, yeah.
I know this. I'm aware.
Just put a space.
So basses can play chords, right?
They can, but it usually sounds bad unless it's a power chord or an octave.
Yeah.
Is this better? Does this work better?
It's Nepeta. Yeah. Literally Nepeta.
I really like your 1330 stuff.
Let's
Oh,
go.
what if you made it 1312?
Why 1312?
HF.
Actually, that works. Okay, so for this guitar sound, I'm gonna have a bunch of these presets I have. How about this one? Oh, I gotta get rid of the reverb. I gotta make a stereo. Put more compression on it. That's like a chugging metal sound. Okay, so I do have this expensive brass library, but I don't really like using these because they're kind of weird. They kind of don't work. Kind of orchestral, more orchestral than a band kind of thing, and I want a more band type of trumpet sound. Like that's a how do I turn off the reverb? This fucking UI is from like 2003.
That's a good UI.
Yeah, I do not agree.
These sound like Lisa trumpets.
Would not be surprised if it's the same thing.
Just use fucking Zune pits.
You think I should use the gin pits?
Mhm.
I mean, I have a better one here. It's just, oh, these are not the turquoises. Actually, I have an idea. I can just use both of them. Just layer them. Toys and then romantic tip. Let's go.
The octaves are kind of weird.
The octaves? Like you think it shouldn't be this high? Maybe this would be like
No, I
low.
think the Zune pit should be the low octave and the real VST should be the high octave.
I don't I don't think this leads is that high, so let me turn this one turn this one down.
You could also, instead of having a high trumpet, have a high like piccolo or something, because it's about the same sound.
Just have more of them. Isn't piccolo a woodwind? Is it the same sound?
Yes, it is, but it goes higher than trumpets do, so it's useful in a horn section.
Max is also. I think. I actually don't remember.
I like doubling the staccato with everything with trumpets.
Sounds good, dude. Sounds good.
Okay, I'm gonna turn the fucking volume up, chat. So be careful. Okay, this part sounds way too good for what it is.
Sick.
Oh, I need some like metal drum kit here. Which I have. Here we go. All of these kind of suck actually.
I love the drum kit TNG and how
This one?
yeah.
Sounds alright. Okay, time to make you like super. Now I'm gonna put like all these effects on you, and you're gonna sound great. Okay, for the reverb, I'm just gonna. That's a reverb track I have. Oops. I want a high pass. Oh, wait. So this trumpet should be on the left, this trumpet should be on the right, and piccolo should probably be on the right too. I pass. Oops. What I say?
This is Undertale music.
Right, okay, it's just because of the trumpet, okay? The trumpet sounds bad. Undertale has bad trumpets. I mean, Undertale has trumpets too. I mean, I can't even argue with that. But the guitars in this sound better than the Undertale guitar. Undertale guitar sounds fucking suck. Oh, I forgot. I have to get rid of you.
The guitars in Undertale actually sound sick as hell, and you know nothing.
You really you
You
can.
saw a YouTube video.
I saw it on a YouTube video. I already thought it. Okay, I was 14 years old. I think I was 16 years old.
Yeah,
60 years
Among the fall, you have lots of good opinions from when you were 16.
Yeah, a lot of them. Some of them were good. Some of them were actually true.
I
Uh,
don't have a single good opinion from when I was 16.
yeah, 16 was a rough time. Um, look, you can listen to the guitars in Megalovania and say that sounds good. Really? The rhythm guitars? You can listen
Yes.
to that?
Because it's
Yes.
going for something. Yeah, no, those rhythm guitars sound sick as hell.
Okay. I can't argue. I can't argue. Because it's not really trying to sound super realistic.
Yeah, why would it be? It's VGM.
Well, it has it's like a rock band setup. It doesn't have any. It has a keyboard and a guitar and a bass and a drum. It's supposed to be a rock song.
Okay, but if
So-
Toby had wanted actual guitar on his album, he could have emailed Tensei.
That's true. That's true. They were friends at the time probably, and Tensei did play in the Homestuck version, and that's why I like. That's why I think that because the Homestuck version is better.
Yeah, because it has a sick ass Tensei guitars.
Yeah, and he also plays some of the other guitars.
Doesn't Plasmataz play guitar?
Tasmatas? Tasmatas has plays
Yeah.
like every instrument. Have you heard her albums? Oh, I forgot to put like ska stuff in this. I need to have like ska hits in this. I'm gonna do that.
Maybe I'm messaging you on Amazon Messenger.
I don't have MSN Messenger open.
Open.
Why is like okay. Oh, okay.
Oh, what the fuck? Clark Powell is After Party Animal?
I think that's one of the many names they went by. Yeah. What did it? What?
I think that's incredible to me because I've just seen that on like people's Bandcamp purchased pages.
Yeah, they're all Homestuck fans.
Just like everybody else on the internet.
Yes. Da.
We all know Bowman is the best one though.
Oh, Bowman is like, I mean, easily he's the most one I'm listening to the most. His album's like awesome. I can't believe like people are like they listen to fucking Hadron Collider and it's like it has lyrics. It's not actual. It's not real Homestuck music. Shut the fuck up. It's good. It's good music. It's really good. Why would you say that?
It's not real Homestuck music. That's why it's good.
Yeah, because real Homestuck music sucks.
You know what I can't believe? It's
Yes.
not butter.
True. I could go for some butter right now. I'm hungry.
funniest person alive.
You're so silly and funny and nice.
Yay.
Okay.
Did a cover of "I Don't Want to Miss a Thing"?
I did a cover of I Don't Want to Miss a Thing. Where are you finding these? Why are you thinking of my past? Why-
No, I mean Bowman did. You just revealed that to me. I didn't know you did that.
Of course Bowman did the cover I Don't Miss a Thing. It's in Homestuck. He potted it in for a flash.
It's true. It's just very funny. But there's an Aerosmith song in Homestuck.
Yeah, and canonically John sings it. So Bowman is John's voice.
Canonically, John sounds like Bowman.
Yeah. Oh my god. If they get Homestuck the musical, they should get him. If they make Homestuck the musical, they need to hire me to write the fucking songs. I could write Homestuck the musical. I could write it.
Hey, Alma's in these comments.
On the Homestuck comment for the song. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can probably find me. I left some comments.
Yeah. You can also find me in some of those comments. So like,
It's
You can't find me.
you didn't have another.
You'll never find me. You'll never find the body.
Never. Oh, it's C minor.
Yeah.
It's just a different name. It doesn't do the Scott thing anymore. Why doesn't it?
this is like a Tavros Sprite song.
I should. Tavros Sprite. Oh, isn't there a Tavros Sprite song that like James Rhodes made?
This is that's true. Can we go back to Dual Riff? I kind of liked how that sounded.
The riff. That's my favorite. Actually, that's probably my favorite here. On here, I use it all the time. In the songs. Uh, it's this one. Yeah, this one sounds real crisp and nice. The thing is that I don't want it to be stereo. I want it to be mono. So I'm just gonna probably.
Hey, could I take them to this unicorn onesie that I wore exactly one time when I was in high school?
Yeah,
You should wear it. That would be
Okay.
cute.
you'll be cute. Okay, I think this is good. I think I'm good with it. Oh, I need to write the lyrics. I don't want to write the lyrics right now. I'll do that. I'll do that way later when this is an actual song. But this sounds good. I actually like it. It took 3 streams, but we made the song we like. Let's go. Okay, what's chat saying?
Cool.
Oh, there's David. Oh yeah, David went to a show. That was Izzy. Nice. Izzy, you like the fucking the ska song we made? I can't tell which Izzy you are because there's two
Zombie
Izzy's.
paper. Zombie paper.
Zombie paper. We're gonna do me and Zombie paper have to do a podcast like probably right now. Actually, we decided to do it tonight, and tonight is almost ending.
Oh shit. Are we gonna like completely smoothly transition from Sesame stream to Zombie paper stream?
Oh, we can keep the stream going. They would be.
I know.
That'd be
We
fine.
just finished the song.
Yeah, good timing. Let's go. I'm gonna talk to Zombie Paper and ask Zombie Paper about they just want to go straight in.
Hi, I'm now a unicorn.
Yay. Oh, you're wearing your onesie finally, just as the stream ends.
What?
Da 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 da. Oh, this is a good song. Okay, they are Zombie Paper is have to wait a bit. So okay. But I think we're just gonna do the podcast. So I guess you two can't do the podcast together because we're gonna have to do it in the podcast server. Oh, okay. I just
We'll be in the chat.
yeah, you're in the chat. Hey, I saw the onesie. Let's go. That looks cute.
Hey.
Okay. I'm gonna turn on the stream a little bit more, and then I'm gonna listen to this again. Okay. What?
Homework.
Oh, you have to do homework. Okay.
Homework.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Okay, see
Bye.
you. Wow. All
That's
right.
like my favorite cat noise.
Nice.
Hi.
What you gonna do now?
Uh, you- I don't know.
I'll be here. You can hang around. Well, not in here. You're gonna have to. I'm gonna have to leave soon.
Okay.
This car, but
Uh,
Okay, this sounds okay. I'm just go I'm just gonna fucking export it now. Do 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 do.
oh, it's 9:55.
5:55.
9:55.
9:30. Oh, that makes sense actually.
Normally I get off work in 5 minutes, but I didn't go today because I didn't want to.
Based, you shouldn't go. You should stay here.
It's fine. It's 11:10.
Du- 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 du.
Let me think about it. Be funny to bed. uh,
Cecily Rance. True, that's me.
yes. So simply.
Can you make a 30-second long hardcore song? This is kind of a hardcore song. He has like a hardcore part in it, right? Like this part is kind of hardcore. I assume make this is like a really short song though. That sounds like a good idea. Oh, I'm gonna change the stream change the stream name to from Musicmaking stream plus a project podcast. Super Bitty Fox is super good. I should tell her that. Let's go. Okay. Okay. See you, Riley. Bye bye.
Bye.
Okay. Oh yeah, it should change chords up more often. That makes sense. Yeah. I would have to listen to a lot more hardcore albums. So if you can recommend me some, I'd take a listen. I have heard. Is Refused a hardcore band? I like Refused. I like Idols. Are they hardcore? Oh yeah, I've listened to way more post hardcore than like classic hardcore. I've listened to like a lot of the uh the Mars Forta and the other band they have, the other band that those guys have. The what was the name of the other band? Um, at the drive-in. Yeah, at the drive-in. Forgot. Of Idols. That's the name of the band. They have an album called Joy as an Act of Resistance. I have only heard that one. I like it. Oh hey, are you here, Zombie Paper?
Yeah, I am.
I
Can you
am
hear me on
live.
your side?
Yeah, I am live. So people can hear you.
Well, hello. Sorry for coughing like that.
It's okay. Are you okay? Are you fine?
Yeah, I'm fine. I
Mm-hmm.
just had dinner and then I
Ooh,
hadn't talked or anything like that, so it's a
ooh.
little tricky there. Can you hear me on your side though? I have it silenced on my side now, so I don't know.
Let me check the stream. Oh yeah, yeah. People can hear
Oh
you.
yeah, I'm there. Cool.
Let me like. Okay, let me. I can do a thing like. What is the thing?
What's going on?
I'm trying to put up something so people can. So people can like see the GIF of you spinning. The one I have. I'm trying to find
I'll
that.
send it to you. I'll
Yeah,
send it
yeah.
to you here in a moment.
Yeah, please send it. It's
Let's
important.
see. Yeah, I gotta go find it is the thing. Oh yeah, here we go. It's so funny. Maybe I'll throw my. I'm not broadcasting onto
Here we
anywhere. I'm just gonna
here we
upload
go.
the
Here we
things
go. Let's
later.
go.
There we go. Very nice, very nice. And I like to canonically being smaller than anyone else, so you
Oh,
gotta make sure that
I,
I'm small.
I see. I put you right on top of my head. I'm trying to like put something from this OBS overlay, and I cannot do it.
Just a hat now.
Okay. Do. Oh, it's gone because it's not okay. Okay. I'll just have you started your stream?
I'm just gonna. I can throw it on live. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna put it like overlay it here, so we
Okay.
can like, so these people can
Yeah, I'm
watch.
rolling now. Yeah.
Okay,
I
subscriptions.
literally just woke up like 30 minutes ago.
Nice.
So I was gonna tell you, like you sent the message to me. You were like, "Hey, when should we go?" Like right before I went to sleep, because I was like, I want to make sure I have enough energy. I want to make sure that this is rolling
No.
fine, and
Nice.
yeah.
Nice.
So I was like, okay, I got enough time just to rest, and then so yeah, and then like for me, it takes a little bit for me to like get up and going kind of thing. Like it's not the super
Mhm.
easiest to just if I have to, I will.
Mhm.
So yeah, that's I'd just be rambling there a little bit.
It,
Should probably edits the QQQ out of, out of the
so
title
yeah,
as well.
that's just that's how I basically every time I go on a podcast with you, I have just woken up, so now you know what it's like.
I do. And what I was going to do as well is change the background as well, so we have some Inception going on there a little bit. So that's it's really fun.
Let's go.
Let me get that. Let's see, chats. I'll just say we'll figure out what we're talking about as we go, right?
You can watch my stream on your stream, and then it loops back.
Oh yeah, I am.
Very cool. Uh,
Yeah, you see my OBS over there.
very nice. I saw it.
I was going to say too that this is the third anniversary of me doing anything related to like broadcasting, recording, and I think that's a really fun sort of thing. It's like, and like for you with Dysfunctional Bunny Girl, that's been out for a year now.
Yeah, 1 year anniversary was like 1 week. A weekend like 2 days ago.
Heck
One
yeah.
year. It's also like technically like year and 5 months since being like a trans girl online. That's been exciting.
Heck yeah.
And for me,
It's
like
been
so November of 2015 is when I actually launched up an FR Studio, which is what I used to make music with. I didn't actually when I did it back then, I didn't actually make a song, but that's what I count as starting my music career. So November, so it's gonna be November like tomorrow. So like it's very a very momentous very good timing that it's gonna be right up as the my anniversary for making music, which is like 8 years ago now. It's 2015 was 2015. So that's 8 years ago.
very
That's
nice, very nice.
8 years ago. How can it be 8 years? Gonna die.
8 years is a long time.
8 years ago, I was not the same woman I was back then. I was not even a woman.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what I was doing 8 years ago. What is that? You said 2015?
Yeah, 2015.
Okay, so if I'm thinking back through everything, that was the very end of my kind of I'd reached the apex of like everything career-wise that I could want, but I was still completely miserable, and I was just not. It wasn't happening. Um, and it was I think it was 2015. I had a big anxiety attack that landed me in the hospital.
Oh shit.
Because after that, it was like I had 3 days. Like they let me have 3 days for an FMLA, but it was like your brain kind of like shifts like that, and then you're like, well, yeah, this place sucks. So it took me a while. It took me until I just need to confirm the date here because I don't want to proliferate false information. It was August of 2016, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, August of 2016 was when I was first like, oh, let me quit this job. I was going to start a business, a small business doing tech support.
Oh.
And I nearly got it too. I nearly made even. I put like $300 into it, and I got a few. I put an ad in the paper mainly, and like all these old people are like, "Yeah, can you help me with this, or can you teach me how to do this?" And it's like easy money. And so what I thought was, oh, let me go write what I'm doing to build up my kind of reputation. Let me go into this writing thing, and then writing had always been something I wanted to do. Well, basically since high school. I'm 36, 37, somewhere around there now, and so I wanted to do that since I was that young. For you, probably like very contemporary to your like you're 21, so
Yeah. I'm young, yeah.
so imagine these characters sticking around for like
Mm.
20 years in your head.
Yeah.
It's
I
like
think the oldest story I have is like actually like 8 years actually. So
it's interesting though for that front. So it's like okay, so to complete the narrative side, like I'm like okay, this business idea, I don't really feel like doing this. I'd rather just contract. I'd rather just do like temp work. Um, and then I'd rather do the writing recreationally. So I kind of got into that, and then I got into writing a whole lot. Um, and it's been fun. It's been a way to dump my thoughts. It's been a way to abstract things, to figure out what's wrong with my life, how is life going well, and uh, I feel like I'm always learning more about writing, reading, and but I don't do math very well, so I can't do arithmetic very well.
mm-hmm.
But yeah, so 3 years ago, it was like, oh, I should do this whole OBS thing. I should give this all a go. And I played some Final Fantasy VII
Yeah,
with no mic or anything.
that was around when we met, right? 2020? 2020 was around we met?
I think maybe let's go take a look at when we first started talking. Uh,
On
from
Discord?
Cecily, the oldest. We started talking about a year later.
Ooh,
That
okay,
was
okay.
July 2021.
Yeah, I remember you already had like a podcast like set up, I think.
Yeah, yeah. So I'd already so the chronology of that was I first started doing the like just kind of putzing around. I got into doing Minecraft stuff a lot, which is really fun. Um, I stopped doing it because my computer couldn't handle it, and
Yeah, Minecraft is
fiction.
serious business.
It is, and it's also tricky too when it's like the way I write my fiction or the way I think about my fiction is I can't just go into one area and call it done. Like it's like one area has to help another area and another area, and so then in order to do that in Minecraft, I'd have to essentially build a whole world.
Yeah, back then you were doing these like Minecraft building projects as part of your fiction.
Yeah, that was my up, if you will. That was my way of building a community, building people uh,
Mm-hmm.
in to get interested, and it worked out decently well. It was I learned a lot of the tricks, a lot of the talking avenues, a lot of the being comfortable, just like rambling.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, then yeah, I started the old podcast, the SIP. I started that with someone, and then eventually got it with Bella. We kept at it because we just worked well together. We have a very similar kind of idea on what we want, and then because we had so many people involved, we're just like it's easier just to rebrand, just to have a new kind of identity. And that's where the chats comes in.
Yeah.
So we can go like a talk show if we want. We can make it more variety content, and it's been pretty cool.
I love what you've been cooking up actually. Because there was a while when you were like you're working and you are kind of in a break mode, so you are setting up the chat thing, and we didn't actually talk for a while during that time, and I was wondering like, man, what's Zombie Paper gonna what are they gonna cook up next? And then you came back with the chat, and it was great. It was very exciting.
Yeah, it there wasn't like any offense or anything like that. It just literally what will happen is my ADHD brain will kind of hyper focus on things, and it'll be like I need to say like to Flesh there. It's like we're just talking about whatever.
Yeah.
Nothing
So
really in mind
for a
yet.
chat, we are right now talking about like our history and anniversaries, like looking back on our past and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah. So that'd be the overarching goal there. But yeah, it's like I have so many projects where it's like if I don't look at it for like a day and then it kind of files away, be like, oh, I was last working on that in February and it's October now.
Yeah, that happens to me way too often. I was looking through my old music project files. There were ones from like April, and I was like, man, these songs are good. I should make like an album around them. And actually, I'm doing that right now. I'm working on a few new things. I don't know if they're gonna be finished. Right now, I'm not thinking about releasing new stuff because I have a new thing coming out. I have a new thing coming out. I have a new album coming out. If you didn't know, so I don't really want to think about it. So yeah, but yeah, a lot of times I start working on things. And I feel I go like I'll work on it later. I like finish it up. I polish it, and I don't do that. Every time I say it, I don't do it. I just leave it.
Well, that's the thing with the daily essay thing that I do. Every
Mm-hmm.
every day, 500-word minimum.
Yeah, you've been
And
doing that for years.
I've been doing that for a long time. I've only had maybe five days I didn't write up to 500 words, and those are days where I'd write like 300 words or 200 words, or like I had a medical problem, so it's like you can't really write under those conditions.
Mm-hmm.
But outside of that, it's like that daily practice, I would say, is the most important thing. If you want to do anything in life, okay, so I'm gonna ramble on old person advice. I'm just gonna say that if you want to do something, don't wait until you feel like you're authorized to do that, because then it's just like you're just listening to your parents or the man or whatever telling you like, oh yeah, it's okay for you to do this now that I've made my profit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, don't do that. What you should do is instead, right now, today,
Yeah.
if you want to go do something, like if you want to write, then set up a goal that's reasonable. For me, 500 is reasonable enough. Maybe you start off with 10. Maybe you say like, okay, I'm going to write 10 words that I think are good enough, and just there you are, your 10 words each day. It might help to have a calendar. It might have to help to do something like that. But then get to a point where you feel like, okay, I want to do something productive. 10 is easy.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of write like a small essay or kind of do something.
Mm-hmm.
And then before you know it, it's so ingrained in your mind that you don't, it's like I haven't written my 500 words yet. uh,
So I've been writing every day on my Tumblr. I have a diary that I keep up now, and I don't have like a limit. I don't have a minimum. I just every day before I go to sleep usually. I open Tumblr and I write whatever thought I've been having that day, or sometimes it's something I've been thinking about for a long time. And I missed a lot of days actually, because when I'm just tired, I forget. The only times I don't write a diary is when I just forget and I just go to sleep without without remembering. And that in that case, I just write 2 diaries the next day to make up for it. So technically, I haven't missed a day. I just write it the day after. So try my best to remember what happened yesterday. The diary, I call it like a diary, but it's more like a blog because I don't really talk about my day. Because my days are like my days are the same. I wake up and I eat and I write music. I talk to my friends. I go outside. I eat again. I make music. I write. My life is like not very eventful because I don't really go outside too much. So I must just write like kind of what you do. I just write like a blog on whatever I'm thinking about, and it has been very funny. I've been keeping it up for. I mean, if I can do it for 1 more month, 2 more months, I'm gonna have been doing it for a whole year. Oh, that's gonna be
Hell yeah.
exciting. That's gonna be another anniversary, you could say. 1 year of running diaries. It's been fun. Um, People actually read them too. It's the weirdest. Then people like I'll be talking to someone and they're like, you talked about in your diary that this happened to you. I'm like, why are you reading my diary? Oh, because I put it on a public website. Oh, that makes sense.
You gotta love it when we talk about this a lot. The element of parasociality, right? It's like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, people know me because they read my writing there. It's like,
Mhm.
it only kind of works because it's like you present a biased perspective of yourself. You present kind of like, here's how
Mhm.
things are like, but they're slightly you always give like in subconscious, right? It's not like you intentionally do it, but it's like, oh, this is my perspective and here's how I'm good at it or whatever, and it just like kind of just happens.
Mhm.
So it's something that then people are like, oh yeah, I know a lot about how like Cecily's life is because I read her blog. And like,
Yeah.
not really. You get a little bit of an idea, but not a whole lot. So
Mhm.
it
Yeah.
I find it's good. I think it's like a good starter point, but it's always like whenever that always happens, it's like, okay, well, let me go ask, like, hey, you wrote this, you doing good,
And
or whatever.
sometimes that happens. I write in my diary. I mean, this year that's a lot of things have happened. Like and whenever something happens, I write it in my blog. Like someone breaks up with me, I say in my blog, someone fucking broke up with me, and I'm feeling miserable. And some people will be like, hey, are you okay? I read that you are not doing good, and like that's actually sweet. Like because I mean it's mostly not random people reading my Tumblr. I only really tell my Tumblr to my friends anyway. So like mostly people who already know me. So they're gonna feel awkward if they come up to me and ask about that. So that is always sweet.
You know the reason why I didn't know about your Tumblr until just now?
Yeah.
Because I didn't know about it.
Yeah, I think I told you about the diary, but I might have not told you that it's on Tumblr.
Yeah, you might not have given me the link, yeah, and
Yeah.
since I didn't know about it, the same kind of thing as well. Like, oh yeah, I was going to say this too. ADHD wise, I don't have an official diagnosis. I'm not
Mhm.
like uh, given that official diagnosis because when I went in June, I asked a doctor, "Hey, do you have anything that you can do, like refer me over to someone about ADHD or autism?" This doctor was like, "Oh, we don't have anything like that at our hospital." Like,
Oh.
uh, that's weird. You would think that you would have at least some referral program for something that is big enough of a deal to,
Mhm.
especially in the 2020s, be like, hey, autism, that's a thing. ADHD, that's a thing.
Yeah. Um. If they're like a doctor, I would assume they would know like a mental health clinic that's in the city or something. Like I would expect them to know that.
Yeah, so here's the thing as well. I was talking to my case manager, who, sorry, I know a lot of medical terms. I'll explain as best I can. So, case manager is someone working at the insurance company whose job is to communicate efficiently ways that you can benefit from the insurance. So, you don't complain to them. So it's like, oh, if you want assistance, we'll hook you up with this case manager who's like a social worker or something like that. And the social worker is like, you should go with a resident, which is like right out of college, just seeing patients, because if you go see a resident, then they'll be more empathetic, because I've had a long history of doctors that don't give a shit.
Oh, makes actually that makes sense. I was like, why would you tell them to go to an inexperienced person? But that kind of makes sense. Like a person who is just starting out would be kind of more eager to help you.
Yeah, but the problem is I have very complex medical health problems. I have my part of my disability that forces me to limit myself. It means that I'm like, hey, doctor, I have this condition called functional neurological disorder, and here the doctor, the resident is just like hasn't even heard of that.
Yeah,
Like,
they
oh.
would not know. Yeah.
And if they had, it might have been like the old name was conversion disorder, and that was like they consider that like Freud especially thought that was like patients lying. So
Mhm.
yeah, fuck Freud.
True.
It's like, come on now, buddy. Um, yeah, it's like I was thinking, we go to this resident, and the resident would be empathetic and care and all that. Instead, it's like as soon as I brought up anything, the resident's like, "Oh, let me go talk to my guy," kind of thing, right? Let me go talk to my backup, and the backup was having none of this at all, and was just like, "Yeah, we're not going to be able to help you like that." Like, so, long story short, in my opinion, I probably have ADHD. I probably have some autism as well. The how autism works and all that kind of stuff, especially for us older people, we learned it differently than the newer perspectives, the kind of more, um, yeah, I would say like that. So everyone I talk to is like, yeah, you have ADHD, but I don't want to tell you because I don't want to diagnose you. It's like, well, you don't have
Mhm.
to diagnose me, but if you say like, hey, you act in this kind of ADHD way, maybe I can go look into it myself.
Yeah, like I mean, for like 5 years, I figured, and people would call it self-diagnosis, but it's more like I read about it, and I realized that was the thing that resembled my condition the most. That I had bipolar for like I knew I had bipolar for forever, like for of my life, and only last year I went to a doctor about it because I had a breakdown, and also I was outed by my mother, and she told me to go see a therapist. Because she thinks being transgender is a mental illness, and as a wonderful byproduct of that, I actually did go to a doctor, and I didn't tell her. I mean, I did tell her I'm transgender, but she doesn't agree that that's a mental illness. So she was like, okay, that wasn't really the main thing we talked. The thing we talked about was about my bipolar and my history with it, and the doctor I'm seeing right now, which is the doctor I saw, um, it was very empathetic, and I think I'm very lucky actually because a lot of people don't have a good first experience with psychiatrists. A lot of people, a lot of times they kind of, a lot of time people meet a pretty shitty one, and that's kind of what turns them off of therapy altogether, which is pretty sad. But for me, it's like I just talked about my life, and they didn't even give me a diagnosis. They were like, okay, you know already, so I don't have to tell you. Just go take this medicine; it's gonna help you. So that's kind of how it happened. Um, I didn't even have to get told that I'm bipolar. I was like, yeah. So this happened. A lot of things have happened in my life. I'm pretty sure it's that. Can you help me with it? And they were like, yeah, we can help you with it. We can give you medicine to make it better. It's like, okay, that's great. That's great. That works actually for me.
Hell yeah. I'm really happy to hear that. It is becoming somewhat rare to find um, people that are willing to help. I think it's because it's like you got to really show, like, oh, this is something I, the doctor, can do. Um,
Mm-hmm.
it's almost like you have to play the game where it's like, hey, I have something. Oh, I can work on that. Okay, I will. Versus for me with my frankly, I had a doctor tell me that it was inappropriate that I had to learn as much as I did. It's like,
Oh.
that's not your job. You don't have to learn this. You,
That's a weird thing to
this was
say. Wow.
well, I mean, so this doctor was uh, I think how do I characterize someone? How do you characterize someone without going into biases, right? Um,
Well.
so I think.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, go ahead.
I really want to read your stories. A lot of it is about your experiences with bad doctors. That's the feeling I get.
Well, okay, so I have good experiences with doctors. In fact, some of them I worked with for years in healthcare IT. So 4 years of experience working with doctors. So some of them are good.
Mm-hmm.
It starts with empathy. It starts with, does this person care about my condition at all? If so, then we're going to go on good terms.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, this doctor, I think, I think it was a culture thing. I think it was a culture by way of American doctors, by and large, are egotistical. They know it. They call the shots.
Mm-hmm.
And so this doctor, I think was Norwegian or something like that. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and so it's just like, why do you know this? You don't need to know this. Like, in the kind of Scandinavian kind of like, why do you know this? You don't need to know this.
I
Kind of
think I
just,
can tell. Yeah.
and I can say that because like half of my blood is no, 33% of my blood is Norwegian, so I can say that.
Oh, nice. Okay, so there are some questions in my chat. So, what medicine are
Hmm.
you taking for my bipolar? It's lithium. I'm mostly taking lithium. Fun fact about lithium is that we don't even know what kind of chemical reaction causes lithium to make bipolar symptoms better. Like we just started like if you read the Wikipedia article for lithium, it literally says someone tried feeding lithium to people with bipolar and it just worked. It was just made them better. So we just keep doing it now, but the science we don't know the science behind the chemistry of it. That's very funny that that there's a whole like the medicine that is supposed to help you with something, and scientists don't even know why it does that. I always thought that was very funny. I love,
It's by and large a majority thing. A
yeah.
lot of a lot of medicine we don't know like why, like with antidepressants, we don't know why they work. That we just know that, oh, the what is it, the with your not like lithium, but like with Zoloft or the I
Mm-hmm.
haven't cited this in a few months, but it's like they latch onto the inhibitors, but we don't know why exactly they do that. It's not
Mm-hmm.
like we've designed it for that. It's just like
I love putting shit in my body that that people can't even explain what does to me. I mean it's made me better, so it works. Um,
hell yeah.
So other question is, okay, so how many albums do you think you have left in you? Um, I actually didn't answer this question because I was just thinking about it. It's kind of a tough question. I'm gonna say 14 because I want to make one more Cecily Rance album, one MIDI Bunny, and I want to do another album a month thing. And so that's 14 of them because everyone wanted maybe 12 albums. I'm gonna say 14, and then I might stop for a long time. I don't know. For after that, I might stop for a while. That's what I'm thinking.
Just don't do that whole Quentin Tarantino. Oh, I got like whatever albums or whatever movies in me, and then that's it. And it's like,
Yeah, Quentin Tarantino said there's 10 left in him, right? And he's making the 10th one.
yeah, and it's like one of those like now he's stuck with it.
Hayao Miyazaki is also infamous for always saying, "This is my retirement. This is the last one I'm making." And then he made the new one that I saw. Actually, I saw that in Saturday. I saw the new Hayao Miyazaki movie, and apparently he's making a new one now. So obviously it's not gonna be his last movie. I was excited to watch the new last Hayao Miyazaki movie, but I learned that just before I went to see it. So I was like, oh, it's not actually the last one. It was good though.
I haven't seen it.
I think it comes out in December for Americans. So I would recommend people go see it. It's a weird movie. That's what I'm gonna say. It's fucking weird. It's way weirder than all the other Ghibli movies you've seen probably.
The Boy and the Heron.
Yeah, it's
is
foreign.
what it-
The Japanese title is Kimitachi wa do ikiru, which means how do all of you live? So how will you live? It's the name of the actual movie, which I like that better because it ties into the actual kind of the theme of the movie is asking people how are you gonna keep living. Is that's kind of the question I think they want you to think about. So I don't like the English title. It just makes it sound like a normal Ghibli movie. Yeah. It's just
You
cool.
know how marketing is, though. They're not
Yeah.
gonna. They're gonna be like, "What we want like a fun,
Yeah,
relaxed movie."
yeah. It's a weird title. Even in Japanese, I think people will see that and think it's weird. So it doesn't translate very well.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, I was going to say too about I had pulled up the SSRI. We have SSRI, SNRI, and then MRAs are like amitriptyline. Those all
Mhm.
effectively are very similar chemically, and we don't know why they work or why they don't work. For me, they turn me into a zombie, which is kind of ironic, if you will.
Yeah. The
Um,
zombie paper.
I know, but it's not fun though. It's like what'll happen is I'll effectively get onto that, and I'll have no interest in doing anything, whatever, whatsoever.
Mhm.
I'll have no ambition, no
Mhm.
will to do anything. So it's like it is for me depression incarnate. It's like the feeling of like I don't myself feel depressed at all much outside of well, when I was a kid, when I was in high school, I felt situationally depressed. But as far as
Mhm.
like I'm outside of my physical health, everything else in my life is great. Um,
Mhm.
I could use a job, I could use better health, physical health, but I mean, like I'm doing what I want to do with my life. I love it. It's fantastic. I have a lot of autonomy. If I were to take any of these medications, then I would have no will to live. I would be like just kind of living. I'd just be like, I really don't care.
Yeah, yeah. For some people, like people with clinical depression, like for those people, feeling numb might be like a better alternative. Like they might feel
Hmm.
like that's what they want instead. Um, that's why I'm not sure about taking like antidepressants. Because like for like what I take is basically stabilizer. So like it makes my manic episodes and depressive episodes, it makes their degree like uh smaller. So like when I'm depressed, I'm not as depressed. When I'm manic, I'm not as manic. It doesn't like remove my emotions, doesn't like numb it. Which this is something I'm kind of afraid of because that doesn't, yeah, that sounds bad. That doesn't sound fun.
No. And as I recall as well, I didn't really do a lot of study in depth, but it's also not something that you take for the rest of your life. That's not the goal. The
Mm-hmm.
goal should be this is something temporary to get you back on your feet. There should be constant conversation about do we need to adjust the dose? Do we need to try something different? Not a stop suddenly either, but yeah, I would say by and large, it's not something that you're just on lithium for the rest of your life.
Mm-hmm.
That wouldn't be because that'd be a pain in the ass, especially for you in your 20s. Like that would suck.
Yeah,
Just
that would suck.
so. Oh, and then I want to answer the question: how many albums do I have left in me? Because I feel
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
I don't make music much. I might dabble a little bit with. I
Mm-hmm.
have I a few months ago. This is the ADHD brain working.
Mm-hmm.
I got my USB guitar. I plugged that all in. I strummed a little bit, called it a day, and now it's over there collecting dust. But um,
Ooh.
I do like the idea. I think this is something that happens a lot more now with improved technology. Is like, let's say I were to fly out to Korea and hang out for a week. I
Mm-hmm.
imagine at that point we'd make an album.
Of course, we would have to do something.
Yeah, because otherwise, like, what am I doing? Just
Yeah.
going hanging out in various areas, like.
I
It,
mean, we are like creative people, so like, making stuff together, that is hanging out.
I know. And something that we talked about this as well, like there is no resting for us.
Mm-hmm.
Unless it's like physical resting for a day or for like a few hours or like taking a nap, but like I'm constantly thinking about other things to do. Um, and so as a result, like the music kind of takes a background, but like I love just making drone shit. Like it's like very highly
Nice.
meditative music. I love it. I love making stuff like that.
Nice. Yeah. I don't listen to a lot of that, but it is like I would imagine it'd be great like background music for like when you're reading.
Yeah, it's very good for like I think of it like it's really good distraction free music.
Mm-hmm.
Like the low hi hip hop that people listen to, I get too bored by it. But having like a good um yeah, like doom metal kind of stuff, just like a solid tone. I can forget about
Mm-hmm.
everything else and just focus. That's great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we would need to make an album. We need to like make like even like a short one. Like I would make you do spoken word parts. I think that's what I'm thinking. We can put it in like behind like
I can
ambient music.
I can do more than spoken word, but not a whole lot. I haven't played around with any music making
Like
tools.
we can figure it out though.
But if we were,
Yeah.
yeah,
Can you travel actually?
yeah, that's something. I don't have my passport, but I theoretically could.
Mm-hmm. I would need to get a passport.
This is the thing is,
Yeah.
it really depends on having the job to have the money to go travel. Now that it's like COVID stuff is pretty
Yeah.
pretty under control. Um, People are traveling a lot more. Um, I would want to go travel, but yeah, it just primarily like making sure I have steady income.
Yeah, I was looking at
And if I can,
plane ticket prices. Oh, they're not good. They're oh, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money.
so that's why if we do meet up, we'd have to actually have it be like, if you work, then it's a business expense, right? Like
Of
we're
course.
meeting to make an album. Okay, that's a business expense.
Of course, of course. I was this is a secret with you and me and all the people watching. This, but
Oh,
I've been in scheming and thinking about just let's just flying to like the United States of America, and I would not return. My plan is I would get if I get married to my partner, I can get a green card, and if I get a green card, I can just live there, and I don't have to go back. So if I can do that, and in that case, flying from state to state, it's not as expensive. So we can, so if I go to if I'm in New Jersey, I can just fly to Seattle and meet you there. So that could be the plan. Is I just go over to you, because honestly, for my living situation, like considering my living situation, that might be way better for me if I just like live behind. And I would be like a wanted criminal. I would not be able to come back to Korea. Even if I get American citizenship, and revoke my Korean citizenship, they would arrest me on spot on the airport when I go there, because I have not done the mandatory conscription. So I have to do that, or else they will arrest me. So I would be dodging the draft, which makes me a criminal, which would make me wanted, which is based and great. I think I like the sound of that actually. It's not like I have much left to much left to go back to. So you know what? I've been seriously thinking about making that my long term plan. So I don't talk about this often, but we're talking about the past and future and our plans. So I thought I would talk about it. That is legitimately might be something I try to work towards in the next few years, because obviously I can't just do it. I need the money. Green cards. Did you know green cards cost money? Green cards cost like $1,000 just to file the form. It's crazy. I don't know why they make it so hard. They make it so hard to just live there. I've been looking this stuff up. If you can't tell.
oh yeah, I have noticed that you've been looking that up. I would say definitely be careful about your decisions.
Mm-hmm.
Because yeah, it's draft dodging isn't something that people take lightly. I
Oh
told you about
no.
my friend who was
Mhm.
in the Korean military for a few years.
Yeah.
He did not like it all that much.
Of course, no one likes it. They don't like it, and that's why they want you to go. That people get really pissed off at anyone who like avoids it by going away, fleeing to no country. They're like, I suffered through it, so you have to suffer through it. That's kind of the mindset they have. But you know what? As selfish as that is, I get it. It's a very emotional appeal, but I get it. Like that, I would feel like that. I would feel like, if I had the money, I would have also gone to America and get married to my partner, my online friend partner, so I can get a green card. I would have done that. So like, I get it. Not everyone could have done that.
Yeah, I know for my friend it was I I know there's the whole thing of like not talking about people, like don't share people's stories and all that.
Yeah, yeah.
I feel like this part of it's okay, but
Mm-hmm.
we bonded over partially over that because we had in college we had we had a classmate who was like this kind of pompous show off, like, oh, I went camping over the weekend to into the mountains and I brought a whole like all of this gear and I brought all of this luxurious stuff and I barely survived kind of thing. And so my buddy just like, yeah, they told us to go into the mountain over there with a knife and don't get caught.
Mhm.
It's like he didn't get any luxuries. He had to go camping himself, and he had to go find a way to survive the weekend. And so like here we're just like, yeah, that dude over there is dumb. So naturally, there are a few different ways you can make friends. You can make friends by like, I like your music, you like my writing, we're friends, or
Yeah.
we bond over, yeah, that dude's a knucklehead. We're friends now.
Yeah, true. That's great.
Yeah. And something too that it's I don't know if it is part of that ADHD mindset of just like getting out there and talking to a bunch of people, but it's like I have friends in all fields. I have friends everywhere, and just like we just don't talk a whole lot because I don't know, I'm doing whatever, and then when like we meet up again, it's like, oh yeah, we last met up like years ago.
Mm-hmm.
There's no problem. It's just like, how's it going? How's it been?
Yeah, I feel like when I haven't talked to people in months, I feel like, oh man, that's been it's been a while since I talked to that person. Sometimes I don't like if I don't talk to someone for like a year, I feel like that's obviously when it's like we've grown past a bit apart. But I feel like as the years go on, like it's gonna be more, it's gonna be like that for with more and more people as I get to know more people, because like that only really happens to me because I don't know a lot of people. I haven't made a lot of friends. I don't like I'm too young. Like by the time I'm 30, I bet I'd have known like I don't know 500 people. And obviously you can't talk to 500 people regularly for a year, for all the time. That's gonna happen, I think. So that's gotta be something that um I've gotta have to accept.
It's like the art of saying, "Hey, I remember you now. Do you want to still be
Yeah,
friends?"
yeah, and sometimes like people are really cool, and I don't want to grow apart, but it's just like other people that I'm talking to more. It's like sometimes it's a bit sad. Sometimes it's a bit sad that that I've lost that cool connection, and it's not either of our fault. It's just life gets in the way. We meet new people and new people that we want to talk to more. Um, Sometimes people are like representative of an era in your life. Like in some phases of your life, you are friends with these groups of people. In the next phase, you make new friends, and now you're friends with these people. And of course, there are people who stick with you and are there with you from the beginning to the end. But those kinds of friends are very rare. You know, you don't meet a lot of them. Um, I mean, if you met friends like that all the time, that would be great. But you don't. So like sometimes people are like relics, and they represent who you are at that age in your life. And sometimes you go back and it's like finding something familiar again. Like it's like returning to your hometown. It's like, hey, I remember you. I remember the things we said.
I have a lot of these kind of feelings of like, I've worked some jobs where it's like I've come back. I
Mm-hmm.
did this one job in college where I helped move computer stuff, um, and so like I got along well with everyone in college. That's when I did this computer moving job. Um, and then, like a few years later, I needed some money, so I went back. And it turns out that all the people that were there had left. Obviously, you don't make a lifetime career out of hauling a bunch of computer shit around when you don't need to. But the
Mm-hmm.
way that it turned out was that my trainer was someone who I had trained that person's trainer. So it was like I come back in and it's like, oh, you know this person? That was my trainer. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, cool. So
Nice.
it was like this whole like um I always think of it like my name precedes me. People will have heard about me and what I do before they actually meet me. And there's a lot of that that's negative. I have a lot of haters. I have a lot of people that dislike me, and sometimes for good reason. I'm not a great person. I'm not a fantastic person. I'm good enough. So there are people that don't like me for one reason or another.
Many times it's
But
not a good reason. Many times it's not.
I know that's the thing too. It's like I have a whole cast of people that hate me for reasons that they don't even know themselves. They're just told like, "Oh, go hate zombie paper." And they're like, "Oh, okay. I want to be friends with you, so I'm going to hate this person." Like,
Yeah, that's usually what happens. They just want to be friends with the right group.
and it's like, well, good thing you decided that situation out for me because now I don't have to deal with that.
Yeah, oh my god, I feel that so much. It's like this one time, I think I told you about this one time. Someone spread rumors about me, and it's like all these people in a Discord server who are like, I consider friends. We would talk. We have collaborated on music before. I would consider collaborating on music to be a pretty deep into a friendship. I don't just do that with anyone. And all these people, they didn't even message me. They just all collectively blocked me and kicked me out. And now they don't talk to me. And all of them just think now I'm this abuser because of this rumor that this one person spread about a thing that didn't even happen to them personally. They heard it from me. I talked about a thing I did with someone else, and they decided they are now the arbiter of how to judge the situation. It was so frustrating that all these people who knew me, had my contact information, they didn't even message me to confirm it. Like, hey, I heard about this. Is this true? Did you actually do that? And I could give them context, and none of them did. Zero of them did. It was so frustrating and just sad that people would just do that.
I feel like the more that I see that in myself with you in situations like this, the more I feel like the most I will do is make a statement and then move on. Like if people don't want to give me the time of day, then there are billions of other people out there that might. I don't want to waste my time with people that don't like what I'm doing, whether it's with writing or other things. If you're not going to be baseline empathetic with me on something, and if we can't communicate, there's no real point in trying to argue with you all day to try to convert you over, because then what? That's not really your feeling. You're just converted. I've beat you down with my opinion on how you should think, compared to you being curious about, hey, maybe I want to learn more about like the situation. Maybe I want to find out your side of this, and then come up with the conclusion myself. I feel like if you don't wanna hang out with me, that's cool. Like,
Yeah, it was a case where like that hasn't really happened to me before. Like I hadn't really got cancelled, as they say, Sassy Runs cancelled. I hadn't it had to happen to me. So like um what I did was I was just like, okay, this is a lesson to be learned. Like, not every friend that you make is gonna be actually there for you, stick out for you at the end of the day. If the tides turn and the public opinion is like in somewhere is against me, they're gonna value that community over our friendship, our personal bond that we made, and something that we could have nurtured. Some they're gonna turn their backs on you, and so you gotta be careful about which friend to really keep. Like I've learned through this ordeal that whenever I now I'm a lot more cagey about my past and what I've done, and the things I regret. I used to be more open about them, because I think a part of owning up to the mistakes I've made is being open and vocal about what I've done in the past and not being ashamed of it and not trying to hide it. But nowadays, I try to be a bit more cagey and secretive, not because I'm ashamed of it, but just because I don't trust people with this information anymore. Because not everyone will take it at good faith and understand you and be empathetic. Some people will use it as ammunition or a weapon. Some people will listen to it and not empathize with you, and instead of having a conversation, they will just they'll run out with that information, making whatever judgment they want to make. And so that's why nowadays, like I'm more selective about who I open up to, and whenever I do open up, I gauge their reaction. Try to see, like, I don't mind if they judge me, right? If they can judge me, they can be like, "Wow, you really fucked up," or "I don't know how I feel about hanging out with you anymore." Very fair responses. But if the immediate responses, "Oh shit, I gotta tell other people about this. You really fucked up, so I need to tell all my friends about what you did." If that is your first reaction, then first off, I fucked up. I shouldn't have told you. And second, yeah, I shouldn't tell people like this. Then like that, I need to be more careful about who I um tell my past to, because not everyone is gonna just be cool. Just not even cool, respectful about it. I'm looking for respect. Like, I'm not looking for like fucking sympathies or pity. Like, you don't need to be like, "Oh man," and a poor thing. It's like, I don't need that. I don't need you to go like, "Oh, I forgive you." Like, I don't need you to forgive me. I don't forgive myself. I fucked up and I own up to it. I just need you to be like, "Oh, okay, but I get it. I understand why you did that, and I might think of you differently, but it's not a world ending thing. It's not, you are not a threat or harmful to anyone anymore. So you're gonna, so I'm not gonna go around talking about it. That's really the bare minimum I ask for, and some people don't even do that. Don't even do it.
Hmm. I think of it like this: if I lend someone $20 and they don't give me back the $20, well, actually, my friend told me about this. I don't like really saying like my Korean friend, but here I feel like, because I don't want to say his name, um,
Mm-hmm.
I'll say it like that. He told me this. He's like, if you lend someone $20 and they don't give it back to you, consider it a gift. And I
Mm-hmm.
would add on too, consider that a gift of learning that that friendship was not good.
Mm-hmm. That is a thing that you can get out of it.
Yeah, I would say for me, so I had up until recently, I had a minor debt with someone. Um,
Oh.
and I didn't realize I was accruing this debt. And I said, like, hey, I just want to make sure, like, I'm not working at the moment, so I have to make sure my finances are good. So, can we consider this an IOU? And this person said, yeah, that's cool. I trust you. And as soon as things kind of worked out in my favor, concerning, like, I went over to get my car worked on. I was going to get my oil changed, and I had some tire problem as well come up. And so I was thinking, like, okay, I have to budget for this. I have to pay, like, for the oil change fee and the check fee and all this stuff. And so I was like, okay, like, I gotta budget that. And I go in there and I shit you not, I say, like, hey, I'm due for an oil change and my tire pressure, not the monitor, but the tire pressure light is on. Maybe it's because of the weather, but can you go take a look at all that? And within 5 minutes, they're like, "You're not due for an oil change. We go off of the miles driven, not the dates. And we put some air in your tires. You're good to go. Like, if the light doesn't go on, go to a tire place and get it. Like, your tires might be worn out or something. But, like, they didn't require any fee whatsoever. It was just like, because they were
Mhm.
just nice. They were just kind.
Yeah, they
They
just
were
did
just
it for
like,
you. Yeah.
yeah, they were just like, you're gonna come back when you need it. Like, yeah, I am kind of a thing. Like, they didn't need my money that day. They needed my money long term, right? Like, you do something free for someone, and if they don't return in kind, then hey, you were being kind that day. It doesn't matter. But if they come back, then great. Fantastic. That's wonderful.
That's a great
So then I
story.
was
I
yeah,
love
and
the
so
story.
thank you. Yeah, so as soon as I was back, I was like, well, now I have this money. Now I can pay back my IOU.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so hard to find kindness in this world. It's like sometimes people show it to you, and you really gotta keep it and nurture it and treasure it because those kinds of people are the types of people you're gonna keep seeing that all the time. Now that you know that they are that kind and respectful of you, you have no reason not to go to any other place. Like, yeah, why are you gonna go to or some place else when you know that these people are humane and like respect you? Like, even if they're like a bit further away, you would probably want to see them again. It's like it's that kind of thing where they it pays off in the end.
I'll go ahead and should I go ahead and say their name and all that kind of stuff?
Okay.
So where I live in the greater Seattle area. They are kind of far away, which is why I thought it was kind of clever that you had intuited this. That you were like, if it takes a while to get there, then that's something.
Yeah.
But this place, Rocket Creek Lube Center, is like I just drove in and I was just like, yeah. And I had got my oil changed from them before, so they saw that I was an existing customer. So they're like, yeah, we don't want to screw this person over. So
Yeah.
yeah, it was just like that kind of stuff you find increasingly rare just because people are like, hey, I can get $50 out of you. It's
Yeah.
like, no, like keep your $50 if that's really what you want. If you wanted my $50 out of me, then
Mm-hmm.
there's your $50. Go fuck off. I don't want to talk to you again.
True. It's like sometimes $50 is a lot. It's like
I
$50
know it
can
is,
make a difference.
but at the same time, it's like uh, if money is fake and it represents the idea of an exchange of value, then if you want to degrade my value in order to get ahead, then go for it.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to go away unscathed. I tell you that. You
Yeah.
mess with me, that's not going to be fun for you.
Mm-hmm.
But if that's the course of action you want to commit yourself to, then we'll go down that path and we'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I have the supervillain voice, don't you know?
True. Uh, yeah.
Uh,
Let's talk about the past thing of the anniversary and stuff like that.
yeah.
I have a lot I want to talk about. I've done a lot of things in my life. I feel like even though
Hell yeah.
I'm very young. People often tell me that I'm a prolific creator, that I make a lot of stuff all the time.
You are.
They often ask me, how do you do it? How do you make so many things? And I'm like, well, all I do is make things, and I'll die if I stop making things. So it's more like a
Hmm.
survival mechanic. It's like, well, this is how I live, and for a lot of people it's also same. But the difference between me and other people is that I have less standards, so I just put things out more. Uh, when I first started making music, I made like a song every day, and that was when I was 14, and I was in junior high school, middle school, and a lot of the times I didn't even go to school. I called in sick, and they knew that I was actually a sick person. I've always been a sick person, so I sometimes I could just call in sick even though I wasn't sick, and they would be like, okay. So I just call in sick, and I would make music. And I make literally just terrible sounding Undertale inspired songs, and that's the kind of thing I did. And I tell you, I don't think I made an album or like a song, like songs, like a group of songs or album that was really good until like 3 years in, and that's why I'm so impressed nowadays. Like, I'm in a server for the people who also make things, and a lot of young people join, like 16, 17, 18 year or folks, and they show me their music, and it's great. And I asked them, "Hey, how long have you been producing music?" And they tell me like, "I've been doing it for a year. I've been doing it for 6 months." And it's like, how did you get so good in 6 months? It took me 3 years to make a good album. 3 years. You mess. I was 17. I went from 14 to 17. You know how fucking big that is in teen years. That's a huge chunk of my life I spent on just making terrible songs. I made absolutely terrible songs for 3 years, and I made an album called Unpop. And that was the first album I made where I truly felt like something other people like, and or people did like it. That was the first album I made where people were like, "Oh hey, Rance, you, this is some good stuff." Because back then I was John J. Rance, I was not Cecily.
Yeah.
I was also John for like, now I have to think about this one, like 8-9 years. I went by that name, and for a long time I insisted that because I didn't. It's not like when last year when I came out as a woman. It's not that I came out as transgender, because I was transgender for years before that. I was transgender, non-binary, for I think since I was 16. I identified as agender. So when I was saying I don't have a gender, and I still, to a degree, I relate to that agender sentiment. I still feel like I don't really fit into any either gender. I say I'm a woman for the sake of convenience, because people treating me like a woman makes me feel better. I will do that. But in terms of my actual identity, I still feel very non-binary and not like not adhering to either gender. But now that is such a huge part of myself, and for like half of my life, I didn't even change my name to reflect it. That's crazy. Like, I became Cecily on May of 2022, but I only started calling myself Cecily for like a month before that. So it only took me a month of trying that out until I realized, oh, that this has to be my life. And it's funny now because it's only been a year and a half. It's a year and a half. Like it's like year and a half, relatively speaking. Again, 3 years that I made terrible. That's half of 3 years. Those years I made terrible music. Only year and a half, and I feel like I've always been Cecily. I can't even remember when I was not Cecily. What even happened? Like, so like time goes by and it just feels like I've always been this. It's like it sometimes changes feel so natural. Like that's what happens when a change feels so natural and obvious, that it just feels like that's how I've always been. And I felt like that even like 3 months after I came out of Cecily. I felt like I had always been Cecily. Like that it was crazy. So like that's what I continue to feel. It's like it's always felt so obvious. So that's the thing. That's the thing with like identity, or as years go on. I think like that sometimes it's very natural for an identity to change. I think sometimes it feels very gradual, and I think in this case it was kind of abrupt. I think me going transgender female was it was kind of a few rows of certain dramatic events sparked it inside me, and I was like, oh, okay, that's the way my life has to go. And sometimes that happens. Sometimes just things happen in a particular alignment, and you have to make the choice. You have to make the gut decision to go. Okay, this is what I gotta do. I have to do this. Like when I decided I have to change my name. For years, I wanted to change my name. Actually, even before I decided on Cecily, I was like, I don't like John J. Rance. Like John J. Rance is kind of a weird name. It's kind of a weird name, so I always wanted to use a different name. But I was like, I have so many followers though, and I got changed my Twitter, my YouTube. I got changed everything. So I was like, I didn't want to do it. But so like for years, like it was that feeling of I do it someday. Like, but I got changed it. I won't. But when those events happened in 2022, it was like now it was like life critical. It was like that I needed to fucking do it. So I was like, okay, I don't give a shit if I have to change everything. I'm doing it. I gotta do it. Once I found the name Cecily, I was like, oh, okay, that's the one. That's the one I gotta choose.
I feel like can I share my story as well with figuring out gender stuff?
Yeah. I love that
So
stuff.
I would say my path was probably set in stone, very much like how most people, by and large, I would say that for me, I look at gender as a product that you buy and you keep buying. So you go to the supermarket and you go to your gender aisle and you buy your gender stuff and you put it on and it feels good to you or it feels good enough. I feel like most people will buy it because they want to present feminine or masculine for certain ideological reasons, cultural reasons, or otherwise to be one of the bros or be one of the girls kind of thing, right? Like you want to be part of a group, and if the group says, "Hey, we have this sports team," then you buy the sports team merchandise, you put it on, and you're part of the sports team. And so I was just like, okay, like I was AMAB, and so like, okay, that works for me. I'll put on this sports jersey and I'll do all this stuff. And I went to very hyper masculine extremes at times, and it didn't quite feel right. It never really fit, but it was just like, oh yeah, sure, whatever. Like, I'll hang and I'll see what happens. And so it was through the pandemic that I saw this particular video that Hannah Witten made. Cis people should think about their gender too. And so I saw that. I watched the video and I did the thing that, you know, it's like a joke around, like with my friends and all that. It's like, oh, zombie paper thought. Because what'll happen is I'll think about it and it'll be like, oh, that's the answer. That's what we should be doing. That's the ticket. And so the ticket was I respect people with their genders. I feel like whatever gender you have, if you've really decided that this is for me, then fantastic. That I respect and I honor that, obviously, because it's a very whether it's something you're born with or something that you transition into, that's a very personalized thing, and that's something that is very important. For me, I look at gender as more of like the anthropologist, right? Like we talked about how I look at love the same way. Anthropologically, I look at relationships, and it's like, well, that's over there. I'm over here. So I don't think of myself in a gendered perspective. I have a gendered body that expresses in a certain way, so people will misgender me, if you will, because most people don't care or they're not really super interested in figuring out the nuance of all this. But for me, in my mind, I exist as a corporeal being that just happens to be tied to this physical body. Kind of like a ghost, if you will, like the ghost in the shell analogy. So you switch my mind over to a different body. My mind's still the same, but my body is different. But I feel like a lot I would say by and large, more people than not have the kind of body and mind tied together. And so then it's like, well, I want to have a gender presentation that matches my mentality. For me, my mentality is gender neutral. There is no gender. But for I know and I accept and I like and I all of that kind of stuff that many people have various gender perspectives and I respect that and I try to learn that as best I can. But my expression is by and large very gender neutral. So I don't attach gender to people, and I'll try to avoid using pronouns with people to the point where it's maybe a little sterile, but I feel that's more respectful and comfortable for me and respectful for others. So I'm
Mhm.
kind of weird.
No, I get it. That was what I kind of meant by the agender thing. When I felt
Yeah.
agender, and that I still feel agender, is I kind of saw myself as like a force of nature, like an entity,
Hmm.
like a ghost or a spirit. Like it's more like a spirit, like a forest spirit. You know, it's like something that represents like a phenomenon or like a concept. That's kind of how I felt. Um, Nowadays I feel much identified. Like I still feel that way a bit, but not as much. Nowadays I feel I identify much more with like a furry slash Darian kind of perspective, where like obviously I'm a bunny. That's the thing I am. I'm a bunny, and I've thought about this a lot now, and like to be honest, like in terms of importance, like to my identity and how much it matters to me, like the bunny furry thing, it's up there. It might be like toe to toe with my gender as a woman. It's like it's like equally important. It's like it's a very integral core part of my identity now. And when I think about it a lot, it's like, this is something I'm still thinking about because I'm new to the furry thing. And being like a rabbit girl. I don't have a lot of ton of experience with it. I know that like for a lot of people that's like their entire identity is like being an animal person, and for people there are different degrees. Like for some people it's just about like having a character that's an animal, and that they don't identify as the character themselves. It's just their original character. Sometimes they literally identify as an animal. Like I'm an orphan, and I'm a dog, and I'm more closer to that. If I'm being honest, I'm closer to like the Therian. That's what they call a Therian. Like some people who they're like spiritually like an animal. Um, I'm closer to that. Like I like thinking of myself as literally just a bunny in like a human costume. That's what I often think of myself as like a tiny vulnerable thing and a bigger body, and that kind of makes me feel better about myself, thinking of myself as like a thing that's supposed to be one thing and another thing, and it's not like a sense of dysphoria because it would be nice to be a tiny bunny rabbit if that would be nice, but I don't think about that often. It's just the framing in which I think of myself as like an animal trapped in like a human body. It's very close to how people think of gender dysphoria as being born in the wrong body, which is an antiquated way of thinking about it, but still a good way to frame it. It's like easier to understand to normal people. Is yeah, you're like a woman trapped in a man's body. Okay, that's like a way to explain it, even though it's not exactly true. It's like because sometimes it's different, it's like case to case. But so that's really how I very similarly feel about it. It's like it's very much like an like a disparity between the body and the mind, and And the funny thing really ties into that. I've been thinking about it a lot of that. I feel like it's become way more important to me than I thought. Like when I made an album called Dysfunctional Bunny Car, I was still saying like, oh, I'm not a furry. I just called the album. I'm not a furry. I was still like cheeky about it, but now I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm not. I don't. I'm. Not, there's no even no purpose to hiding it. Obviously, I'm a furry. Obviously, I call myself a bunny. That's a thing, and it's a important thing to me. And some people don't get that. Like people see that you're role playing as animal people. How can it be more? How like especially other trans people who aren't furries, they look at trans furry people and like, how can it be such an important thing to you? Like being transgender is such a more serious thing. Like you're just playing like role playing as like, that's not as important. It's like, well, it goes a lot deeper than that. Like, if you think about it, and as a trans person, I feel like people should be able to get that because gender it's totally just role play. It's just play.
Mm-hmm.
It's totally just arbitrary and irrelevant. And yet it's so important to people. In that way, being an animal person, it's way more like it's way more or like about traditional things. Like it does actually you can actually define a dog or a cat, but you can't really define male or female. There's a whole baggage to it. Um, I think people should be able to understand that, like that. At least that's how I begun to internalize about myself. Is this is actually way more important than I thought. This is actually not like a funny thing that I. It's not like a funny. I call myself a bunny because it's cute. No, it's like now it's serious. It's serious business now. I'm a bunny.
That's fantastic. I look at all of this and I think of how that. Okay, so growing up for me, it was like in the '90s. People would. We didn't really have the concept of furry at the time. We still were seeing the proto versions of that with Disney taking all of these animals and making them anthropomorphic, making them in romantic situations. I point to Disney and I say that that's the impetus for a lot of the furry culture that we see now. Um, and so when in the 2000s, I saw furries being by and large the butt of jokes and people saying like, oh, this and that. Well, the thing is if you look at culture and you look at how everyone wants a scapegoat, everyone wants to say like, oh, here are the Trekkies, they're the weird people, or you can go in more harmful directions with this, but we're not going to go in that direction yet, or maybe not at all, hopefully. So when people talk about furries as an idea or a concept, it's always mixed in with various kinds of baggage. And so funnily enough, I went to this thing called Bumper Shoot. That's like a concert festival with a bunch of like comedy people doing things and some lectures. And they had one about furries and ASMR. And I was like, well, I want to go there. I want to go check that out. And they're talking about how, yeah, it was like, it was I want to give the kind of charitable and say like it was an attempt at being academic. But it was like by and large talking about fetishes, and it's just like, no, you're not really there. But it was like the first time for me to really think about this stuff. As I say, anthropologically, neutrally, I try to look at it like, okay, I'm looking from the outside in. Let me try to understand this culture. Let me try to break through that barrier of me and them, and then sit in this idea and sit in why would someone want to do this. And the important thing that they mentioned too is that there isn't a whole lot of the kind of the things that people might not like about furries, as far as like, oh, it's all about like animal stuff.
And
It's like
like
not
perverted.
really. Yeah. So it's like there might be some elements of that, but it's the same as any community. In any community, you're going to have the freaks and the weirdos that really hyper accentuate certain things. It might be like you might
Mhm.
have like most Trekkies act pretty cool, but then you might have some fringe weirdos that act freaky, and then those are the ones that get the media attention, whereas everyone else is cool.
Mhm.
So I would say very similarly that it's just a stigmatized subculture is what I look at, and I say like, as long as you're not harming anyone, you're not harming anything, and you're
Mhm.
doing it for your own what you feel good from, then cool. Hey, you're
Yeah.
having fun, right?
Yeah. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Most people are just harmless. Most furries just like, I mean, most like very creative artistic people I've known have been furries as well. It's like they kind of influenced me. Um, like the first person who called me a bunny was Bridget or Billy Fox, and she had been like a cat thing for years before, and I was like, and I would joke to her like, I'm not gonna become a furry, but then I guess I got converted, like, and it just happened. It's it's crazy, like like 10 years ago, not even 10, like 5 years ago, 5 years ago, 2018, it's not go 5 years, it's 7 years ago, like 7 years ago in 2016, um, I thought I was a boy, and I mostly liked anime, and I liked uh Marvel movies and video games. Like I was a very kind of stereotypical male kind of child living in South Korea. Um, and then now it's present day. It's 2023. I'm 20. I'm almost 22, and now I'm like a furry trans woman. It's like the opposite of what I was. That's completely opposite. Like I like to think of anime weeps and furries as like a dichotomy, like the two fandoms at war. But even though actually, like most furries I know like anime too. They like anime. They like watching anime. So it's just a joke. But now I'm like the exact opposite. I'm a woman. Like I back then I hated women because all boys hate women back when they're 14, and now I've become the thing I've hated.
Oh, you made me really think of like why there's such a transphobia.
Mhm.
It could be rooted in what you just said, that boys are taught to hate girls, and
Yeah.
so then you have this kind of uh, it's part of a hyper masculinity, toxic masculinity perspective of,
Mhm.
oh, you're really only um, asserting others create surplus value for yourself versus you want to extract surplus value from others. So if you
Mhm.
can do that as much as possible, then you're winning. Versus if you're giving away parts yourself, or if you're being charitable or nice, then you're subtracting from your value.
Mhm.
Is what their perspective is, and the end
Mhm.
result is like, oh, I can't believe that you're doing all this stuff that's against us. And it's like,
Mhm.
well, if me being part of your crew requires me to act like you later,
Yeah. Fuck 'em.
yeah, because that's the whole thing. Is I look at people that are very insecure about themselves, and then what they do is they put that onto others, and they say like, "Oh, I can't believe these people are acting this way," and it's like, you act
Mhm.
exactly like this. What are you talking about?
Yeah. uh.
Uh I mean, psychologically, we dislike what we know the most about ourselves, and then see in others. So
Mhm.
if I see someone acting in a certain way that I don't like in myself, I'm going to be like, oh, I
Mhm.
don't like that in myself, and I see that in someone else. I can understand that. I don't like it, so therefore it's bad.
Mhm. Mhm.
Which
Oh.
is, yeah, I try not to think too much about transphobes because they're frankly not worth the time. Um,
That's
I might
crazy.
occasionally do some study to think about why do they act this way, and the answer I keep coming up with is their own insecurity. And frankly, I don't have time for people that are insecure. I don't have time to deal with people that will lie to themselves, to lie to me, to lie to others, to pretend to be better than who they are. Just come to me as you are. That's what I want.
Mhm.
So yeah, when it comes to people like that, it just like you come across it all the time in media. You see all the people get for saying all sorts of outlandish shit. They get all the media praise, and just like it's not worth it. For one, it affects your mind. It makes you hate these people, these transphobes,
Mhm.
and that might be the most justifiable person to hate, the type of person. But then it's like as soon as you start to hate these people, then you say like, oh, now it's okay to hate this kind of person or that person or whatever. It's easier just to say, hey, this is how you're living your life. I see someone's name pop up that's a documented transphobe. I'm not even going to listen to what they have to say. I don't need to unless that person is coming out with an apology or otherwise trying to figure out a way to say, hey, I said some really shitty things before. Now I'm going to try to do better. And I'm going to try to repair the damages I did. There's frankly no time in my life to deal with these people. I'm not there to fix these people. I'm here to do my own thing in my life and
Mhm.
better my life and better the lives around me. I have no time for hearing what the latest Ben Shapiro take is. I don't need to I
Mhm.
don't need to figure out what's going on in that little mind of his because there's nothing. It is like a void.
I just hate, and there's this you are like trying to make that the next thing. It's like transphobia, like especially like Republicans, like they're trying to make transphobia like the next big cultural war thing. But I'm like 100% sure that if you ask the average like American that or even like anyone in any place, what if you think like transgender people should be fucking rounded up and sterilized, they'll say no. Just if they aren't doing anything, just let them live. That would be the normal reaction. Be the
Hmm.
normal thing to do. And I genuinely think most people think that way. And it's not gonna work. It's their cultural thing is just not gonna work. It's gonna backfire on them.
The only thing I can think of that holds any degree of water is the kind of bait and switch, if you will, of like a trans person hypothetically not telling someone that's of the kind of hey, I'm trans. Which is the myth of the 90s and the 2000s because it turns out a lot of people were killed for being trans because of the toxic masculinity and security. Um,
Yeah.
but nowadays it's more acceptable, and you're
Mm-hmm.
probably going to just say it up front because by and large, if you're trans and you're with someone that's cis, there's maybe a little bit of a dynamic shift of like a little bit of attention.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're both trans and you both have that shared experience, so you're more likely to understand and be cool with ideas of like, I don't know, you talk to a cis person about body dysphoria and gender dysphoria, you're basically having to give a university level lecture to this person to help them understand a concept that we understand innately, we understand daily or monthly. And I feel like that's something that with time, it's going to be a lot smoother. You're still going to probably see a lot of this, but like I've said before, I'll say it again. It's like how 50 years ago, 25 years ago. I mean, even still now, there's still a lot of racism out there, but it's not socially acceptable to be racist. It's not cool. It never was cool, but before it was a lot more open and tolerable, and people were like going to like minstrel shows and appreciating that kind of art, if you will, quote art unquote. I want to be
Yeah.
clear on that.
Yeah.
Where now it's just like, no, we don't want that. We don't tolerate that. We'll even look back into the past and say someone dressed up in blackface before. That's not acceptable. And that's where you might say, oh, they're being canceled. But in reality, it just owning up to your past behavior and saying you acted like this before. Are you going to correct yourself, or are you going to say, no, I double down? Well, I believe by and large in the future, people will just be like, I don't want to deal with that shit. I don't want to support people like that. I just want to live my life. So if
Mhm.
my life will be more in a respectful frame, I'll do it.
Yeah.
That's what I hope for. Ah. And then you get the comedians that are like, oh, you're limiting my free speech.
That's
You have
yeah.
you have the right to freedom of speech. But with that, you have the freedom to accept the criticism of that free speech. Where if you say something shitty against a group of people or a person, you have the right to then face justice against that action you committed to someone. If you harm someone, you don't just get to say, "Oh, that was my free speech." Like, no, no, you don't get to kill people under free speech. Not, it's not how that works. So that's my soapbox for you, by the way. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Yeah, it's not. It's not it's freedom of speech, not freedom of consequence, right? It's like
Mm-hmm.
not a you can say whatever, but people are gonna shit on you. It's like like all the people have the freedom to criticize you as well. That's how it goes.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of people forget the second part, and they're like, "Oh, these people are so sensitive. I can't believe it."
Mm-hmm.
It's
Mm-hmm.
like, no, we're responding to you criticize us for being trans, and so we criticize you for being transphobic, and now you're the ones that are so offended. What if we take a step back and look at that a little bit? What if we think about this and we really say to ourselves, who is really being offended here? Is it the person that is just living a normal life, or is it the person that's outwardly attacking someone for something that is either um, this is where it gets kind of tricky, right? Because there's the idea of like this is something that is innate to the person, and there's just the idea of like, hey, I wanna try on this gender perspective or this idea. I wanna give this a go and be kind of casual about it. But it's like at the end of the day, I think it comes down to these hyper masculine people wanting to accrue as many potential relationship partners as possible. So they would see a trans woman as being a threat to their overall masculinity. And that would be where they would be very harmed by the notion of being with a trans woman when is it really that big of a deal? Is it really something to get that worked up over? And I feel like that is the true root of where all the transphobia is coming from. And I feel like as we address that directly and say, well, masculinity isn't that. That's more of like hyper masculinity, toxic masculinity. That's more of a fascist form of masculinity. And that
Mm-hmm.
doesn't represent what I would say all of the masculine people I've met who are socially um, adjusted well. They don't think like that. They don't think like, oh, I need to dominate. I need to do all this. It's just like They're just people.
Yeah.
They're just living lives.
Yeah, it's always like projection. Like they say we are offended, but they are the ones who are the most offended. They're like
Hmm.
they're the ones who can't handle any criticism, or like they're the real snowflakes. If you ask me, it's like the fragile snowflakes were them all along. It's always projection. It's like whenever they accuse us of doing anything, like pedophiles or groomers. Like I mean, it's always Republican politicians who are being exposed as pedophiles. It's always them. Or why are why do you keep calling we are? It's like it's always like every accusation is an admission. It's like that they see themselves and they're like they're disgusted. They're disgusted with them and with themselves, and it's this hatred of both themselves and the world that keeps them going. They're like they hate everything and they won't stop. And but I genuinely feel like to n- put some hope into it. They are the minority, the vast minority, a very small minority, and most normal people, they don't buy it. They don't feel like and there are some wedge issues they try to use. They have like the trans people in sports thing. Like obviously, if you say that, people are gonna say uninformed people are gonna say, actually that it sounds that doesn't sound good that trans people are allowed to do like that's so like I disagree with that, but that's a fair assessment. Obviously, if you don't know anything about how hormones transition works, you're gonna immediately assume that trans people have an advantage, and that's a fair thing to say. So conservatives are always gonna use those wet issues and try to hone it in. Like look at that, the trans people are really doing bad things. But I think most people are like, well, except for that, the trans people are just living normally, and I genuinely think the vast majority of people are just gonna keep thinking like that. So like, I don't think it's gonna. I don't think for the conservatives it's gonna pay off for them to go all in on transphobia like this, because like I don't. This is kind of a really bad thing to say, but let's like say like racism for example. I think there are way more racists than there are transphobes because racism is a much more historically rooted thing. Like that's like permeated education and culture, especially in America. It's a way more um easier thing to kind of internalize. At the same time, racism is way worse optically because there are tons of black people out there and tons of white people and black friends who are like, why the fuck are you being racist, dude? So it's way worse optically to be racist, like out like. But for like transphobes, they can just say, "Oh, trans people are groomers." You can't say like all black people are criminals. Like that, you can't say that. So they have to like spin it into some other fucking thing. But it's way worse optically. So they can't hone in on the racism thing. Even though if you ask any Republican politician, they're probably also racist as much as they're transphobic. So that's why they're moving on to the transphobia thing because they can market themselves. They can sell that better. But I don't think it's gonna work because like unlike other bigoted big other forms of bigotry, people just don't care about trans people. It's not a thing that people think about because we're just living normal lives. And most people don't even know. Like if they know a trans person, they don't even know that they're trans because they just look like a normal person. So it's like
Yeah.
I
I'm
don't.
gonna bring it in a unique way here.
Mm-hmm.
So when we were talking earlier about with the hatred against furries, that is the same as shifting the hatred from Trekkies, who still get hate, but now it's like, who really cares? Why do we hate these people? To
Yeah.
now we can hate on the furries. So that would be in the same kind of ideas. Racism, as you say, is still alive and kicking. There's still a lot of racism. A lot of unlearning has to happen from people to see, hey, there's systemic racism happening in all areas of life. Everything that we can look through has some racism involved with it. Do we feel comfortable with that? And hopefully not. And if not, then how do we make that better? How do we fix that? And the reaction that we get from talking about critical race theory as an example, where that is such a hotly contested idea. In essence, that means that if there is systemic wrongs against others, how do we fix that by correcting the wrongs and making sure that doesn't happen again? That doesn't mean now, oh, okay, it's okay to hate white people. That's not what critical race theory is. And so I would say that with this big kind of idea that if you find yourself hating a group of people, whether it's furries or trans people, why were you taught that this is an okay thing to do? Who taught you this? What authority did they have to teach you that it was okay to hate other people? And is that something that you want to continue? Or do you want to say, yeah, I mean, I can hate the actions of whoever. That's fine. But I'm not going to go see someone and be like, oh, I don't like this person who I've never even met because I hear that person might act in this way.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very complicated thing. And I hope I relay that well. I give the positive intention to say that hate the action, don't hate the person. And don't hate the person until you know the person. Like, get to know that person, figure out, like, oh, that person's a shithead, or I don't like this political commentator's opinion, so I'm not gonna support that person. But if you find someone random on the street, like, shit, that person could be helping you with your car. You could be driving along, and that person could be give you free mechanical help. And if you'd hate that person because how that person looked or talked or acted in ways that were the kind of involuntary actions that people have, then your life would be lesser. You would not have as fulfilled of a life because you're continuing out with the discrimination that you were taught by others who discriminated because of why exactly? Very complicated stuff, right?
Yeah, you just gotta be nice. You just gotta be nice to people.
Yeah, I would say with the caveat that if my nicety and my kindness is met with animosity, then I withdraw. I'm not going to be kind to people that are rude to me. I'm just going to withdraw. I'm just going to be like, yeah, whatever. Just get on my face. But that doesn't mean like I'm going to like go look at someone and assume something of that person. I'm going to wait. It's like the idea of like shoot first and ask questions later. Like, I'm not going to be like that. I don't want to look at someone and think like, oh, I was taught this or I assume this based on media stuff. Instead, it's like, if I just meet someone, but if I just like have a conversation, if they're rude to me, then I get out of there. Like, that's my way of doing it.
Yeah, you gotta be kind to those you love. You gotta be kind. That's the
Yeah.
that's the
Hell
AJJ
yeah.
lyric. Is you gotta be kind to those you love. You gotta be.
Yeah. I it's something that I'm still learning a lot in this regard. There's still a lot of room for everyone to learn. I feel, this is something else I wanted to say too, is that I find a lot of people are insecure about this stuff. So they'd rather just have a kind of blanket statement. They'd rather say, well, Fox News taught me that it's okay to be transphobic. So I'm going to be transphobic because Fox News taught me that. Instead of putting in the work, being uncomfortable, saying, hey, I don't know anything about trans topics. Let me go learn, and let me make sure that my media literacy is to the point where when I go learn, I'm not going to Fox News and hearing about transphobia and saying, "No, I'm educated." You gotta hear from trans people and their experiences and understand what is important about what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that's something that is lost.
Yeah.
Oh, and I thought of this as well. Um, so 3 years ago, when I first started broadcasting, I never thought I'd get to the point where, for one, I could be able to talk at this level where it's kind of uncomfortable to talk through all this stuff and say, like, yeah, there's a lot of hatred out there. To
Mm-hmm.
sift through that, to root through that, and to draw out like what we should do to improve ourselves. 3 years ago, when I first booted into OBS, I never would have thought I'd be doing all this,
Mhm.
but it feels natural and right to me. Like it feels good.
Yeah, it's great. I think you got doing really good. You are a podcasting
Thank you.
master. You know. uh, when I like 5 years ago, I wouldn't have thought I would have like half the audience I have, or like anyone who like I didn't think I would have anyone who give a shit about what I did. I got so used to making um art to an audience of no one that I just got so used to it. And now when I release an album, like I can fucking make a cassette tape release of it, and we can sell like 20 of them to people who pays real money for those tapes. And like it can happen. And like people will tell me like, hey, I own this thing that contains music you made. It's like, it's crazy. It's crazy to think that. It's like, what the fuck? That happens. It happens. And like people tell me they like my music and stream it. It's like, I have a real audience now, and like I have a real community of people who are like, also creators and artists and musicians, and all I want to do is like, like nurture this community and the scene that I have cultivated for myself and others, and I just want to help my friends and be do cool things. That's why I've been considering like making like a kind of like a record label, but it's like a digital label, so only like digital downloads, and I would make it like
Hmm.
free downloads, and my friends and anyone else can like put up their albums on my website, um, and people can download them for free, and then they can donate to the artist. They can there will be a donate button so they can donate to them, and I give all the money to my friends. And I've been considering setting something like this because I have the minuscule amount of audience I have. I feel like I could really help them if I actually set something up where I can direct all my audience's attention towards my friends who frankly don't have that kind of resource, that kind of following. Like I have a following, and it's a very small amount of following. Like artists who are way bigger than me, they don't even think about giving back to that community that helped prop them up. So like but I want to do that. I want to give back to the people who have supported me. So I've been thinking about doing this thing where like I can like direct some attention towards people who really need it, and then we can do like some cool stuff together. That honestly, that's kind of what I want my future to be. To be less be like this big figure, like this famous person who makes art. Like I want to make art, but I don't want to be like the face of everything all the time. So like I want my future to be more like more collaborative projects. MIDI Bunny, my band. I want to make music with my friends and help them survive this fucking world, because I'm doing better than them. I'm doing a lot better than them actually. So like I wanna help them out.
What you're doing right now with that label kind of sounds like. Have you heard of the label Sublime Frequencies?
Sublime frequencies. I feel like I've
Yeah,
heard
they
of.
put out a lot of music from all over the world is what
Oh.
they do. That was so they do like co-founded by Alan Bishop of Sun City Girls and another person I don't know. But what they do is they're like what do you call it? Ethno music biographers. So they'll go to various parts of the world and they'll record people doing whatever kind of musical stuff they do. And so that's a way to prop up very specific sounds that are by and large disappearing thanks to, frankly, musical colonialism, kind of um, generification of everything. So what you're doing sounds very similar to that, but with more of a focus on like helping your friends rather than going out to like some random place in the world and saying like, "Hey, I want to record some cool music from wherever. What can we do?"
Mm-hmm.
And I find like the idea of Sublime Frequencies as a label, what they do for me is they help me taste new music. Like I'll listen to whatever they put out and I'll be like, "Hey, now I know more about this kind of music." Or maybe I don't care about this kind of music, but at least I gave it a shot. And I think that's very, very much like an altruistic thing to say, "Hey, I want to help others because I like their music and I want to highlight them and I want to share them." And that's something that I feel like uh, there are people that you can get really into. Like, I want to accrue as much capital as possible. I want to be as prolific in my own sort of wealth as possible, but frankly, no one cares about that unless you're giving them value yourself.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like you give someone $20 or $100, and then they work on that, and then they give you back $20 or $100, and then back and forth it goes until eventually you're trading a lot of money and a lot of surplus value because you're both investing in each other and you're both improving yourselves versus, hey, you give me $20, cool, I'll keep it.
I mean
Like that doesn't
that
work.
happens on a literal basis for me, because I buy my friends music and they buy my music, and I give them like $10 and they give me like $15. Like, wait, you just spent the money I gave you. I just gave you that money to give it back to me. Why would you buy my app? You should have done something else.
Oh yeah, and with how these transaction fees work, it's like it all just kind of goes. It makes
Yeah,
the funny number go up, right?
yeah. I mean, well, I think it's the record label is also a reaction to the thing that's happening with Bandcamp. So do you know what's happening with Bandcamp?
I know the rough details of how Epic sold it to someone who this company that immediately gutted what made Bandcamp so appealing.
Yeah,
Besides
they
the
fired half of the staff, and that was most of it was like the editorial like writers who wrote the
Mhm.
blogs, like the Bandcamp Daily it was called. They wrote like they recommended songs and music and albums, and it was really cool. Like I actually read a lot of it because like it was like it's nothing like it. There was like they really found really obscure albums and they put it to attention. And now that's probably gone. That's probably gone because they
Yeah.
got rid of that stuff. And like I don't trust this new company like at all. Like at least with like Epic when Epic bought it, I was hopeful because like Epic is a big company.
Mhm.
They could maybe bring some good financial support to this operation, but then they immediately sold it off. So now I have no respect for Epic at all. And now there's this new company who couldn't even afford to keep the staff, so they got it all of them. So I don't trust this new company at all. I don't have faith in the future of Bandcamp. Like Bandcamp is the platform where I made my career. Like without Bandcamp, I wouldn't have the following I have. Like Bandcamp makes it so easy to put up albums, and really the album experience is what I've always advertised my music as. Like albums, like stories that you can consume, and Bandcamp made it so easy just to do it. And so, but now I have no faith in the future of Bandcamp. Like I think it's gonna go under in any day now. So like the rave is also a reaction to that. It's like I have a website now. I have like a file hosting website where I can host like music files. So like now like the plan is like I'm just gonna put it on my website. Like I think we have to return to tradition. We have to return to personal websites. That's how it was in 2007. Now we have to go back in 2023. Like 3 corporations own 90% of the websites we use. Who goes anywhere except YouTube, Twitter, or Reddit, Facebook? Who fucking goes anywhere else? No one goes anywhere else. We have to change that. We have to change it so that everyone has a personal website, and it can look like anything you want. My website looks terrible, by the way, but it's mine, and I can host
Hell yeah.
anything I want in it, and people can just click a button to donate to my PayPal. And I mean, if I can, I would have it so they can donate to my bank account, so that the fucking Elon Musk doesn't get a cut of it, because Elon Musk owns fucking PayPal. But I mean, can't have that. So at least I want to cut Bandcamp out of the middleman. Because I don't feel like Bandcamp's gonna stay. I hope the music stays. I hope they don't delete the catalog. That would be disastrous. But I feel like they're gonna do something fucking stupid, like you have to pay a subscription to upload more than 10 songs every month or something. I feel like they're gonna do some bullshit like that. And once that happens, I'm out of there. I'm sticking to my website. I'm just gonna tell people, hey, you can go to my website. There's a free download link to the album. You can even listen to it on the page. You can listen to all the songs on the page, and you can give me a donation on PayPal, and you can buy that would count as buying the album. Buying the album. You just give me a donation of any amount, and I mean, for the tapes and the CDs and stuff like that, we can you can also set up a store on a website. You can do anything. You can do anything on a website. We don't need Bandcamp. We don't need Spotify. We don't need these websites to ruin our fucking careers. Of course, Bandcamp made it so much easier for us. Like without Bandcamp, I would not be here. Without Bandcamp, I wouldn't have met my partner, because I found my partner's music on Bandcamp. Bandcamp changed my life. But I owe no loyalty to corporations. Like Bandcamp as a website was the amalgamation of the people who worked on it, and now that those people aren't at the company that owns it, I don't have to stay loyal to Bandcamp, the company. I don't owe them shit. So it's not the website that matters; it's the music. So like, as long as I can put my music anywhere, it can still go on. And I highly recommend. I really urge people to look to alternatives. Like itch.io is, I feel like, if you want to stay on a regulated, moderated website, like Bandcamp, itch.io is a good one. Itch.io, people mostly put games in it. You can put music on it too. You can put music download links. You can embed a media player onto it. You can put albums on it too. Like look to alternatives, and never just put all your baskets in one place. Like I'm gonna put all my baskets on TikTok or Spotify. That's where I'm gonna get famous. But what happens if that company just considers you a liability, just economic asset. And they don't give a shit about you as a person or an artist. Obviously, Spotify doesn't give a shit about you. Spotify doesn't give a shit about anyone except Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift is the one that brings in money. So yeah, I'm.
Did you hear about how?
Yeah.
Did you hear about how now she's a billionaire?
Oh yeah, she's a billionaire now. I mean, I'm not that mad because like obviously she made all that money by making art. I mean, like Barney Sanders is a millionaire and he made that money from writing books. So like if you made like artists like they can make a lot of money and I'm not that mad about it. But it is very funny that she's a billionaire and her like brand is that she's the underdog. She's fighting back against the music industry. It's like you're not punk rock. You're like the opposite of punk rock, Taylor. It's like you literally had a daddy who was like a famous country singer, and that's how you got famous. You literally had a nepotism daddy. It's like stop acting like you're like the punk rock rock star. It's like it's like I root for her when it comes to like like she obviously wants more control over her music and stuff like that. But oh my god, it's so annoying. It's very and anyway, I don't want to incur the wrath of Taylor Swift fans. They're hardcore. They don't fuck around. Shouldn't do that.
I feel like there's the adage of there's no ethical billionaire. I feel like that is something I have to reconcile with regards to Taylor Swift, where it seems like she would be, but the idea of accruing that much capital means something had to change within her local area so much to where did she just suck up all the money in the area? Is that how she accumulated her wealth? Well, no, not really. It was more of just like the Swifties really like her music. I used to really like her music. I haven't listened in a while. Mainly the ADHD just saying like, hey, we got to check out all the other music out there.
I like some music. I like some songs she made, but it's like I don't get like people treating her as like the rebel goddess, like revolutionizing pop. It's just like she's not Michael Jackson. Okay, she's not even like Queen or like fucking I don't know. It's like payment pass like that. She's not even like Madonna level. Okay, she's Taylor Swift. Like I'm not telling her to stay in her lane, but it's not that. It's not that serious. Oh my god.
I do feel like I wanted to say this though. A beat ago, we were talking about how, with regards to like Bandcamp and all that kind of stuff. It's I talk about this sometimes. So if it's rants I've gone on before, don't mind me too much. But the uptick in conversations about unions has a direct result of corporations looking to get record profits. So my analysis here, for context, is based on my family was part of unions throughout their working careers. So I have a little bit more context than most Americans who are just like, oh, I heard unions are bad. Unions, by and large, are good things. They can be improved on. There are people that slack off in unions, but there are people that slack off in non-unions. The idea of a union is that they help level the playing field of power between the corporation and the employee. Without unions, they could say, hey, you're working 50 hours a week and we're paying you for 2. You don't like it? Go somewhere else. Oh, you can't? Well, keep working harder then. It's that level of dynamic spite for the employee that if you just paid your worker, like, you don't need to pay them that much. But if you pay them a little bit more, then they're going to go with your anti-union sentiments. They're not going to care. They're going to be like, oh, I'm doing pretty good, so I don't need to pay a union due. ew, yuck. But as soon as they're hearing about like California has now they're paying as of April of 2024 a minimum of $20 per hour for all fast food workers that are part of fast food establishments with more than 60 businesses in the country of the United States. I tell you what, if you're making $15 an hour, if you're making 10, and you're like, I could be making more going to a national chain. I'm going to go do that. And of course, there are caveats where if it's a one-off business, you don't have to pay $20 an hour because otherwise it will drive off all the small businesses. They'll go under. So you can really see a kind of shift happening there. And then when other parts of the country see that, they're going to say, hey, why don't I get more money? So it's the kind of backfire of companies wanting to make a whole lot of money to appeal to their shareholders, who legally have to do as much as they can to accrue surplus value. They have to. They can't intentionally make a loss. They have to intentionally make a win for themselves. But if they go too far with it, then you start to see. I mean, I have never heard this level of talk about unions before. Like, I've never heard of, like, the Starbucks union. That's been around for a while, but now they're really picking up steam. And it's just like, it's going to get to a point where it's like, if you want to be a business, if you want to suck out all the life and all the money you can out of people, you got to fight the unions, or you just treat people well, treat people kindly, then they're probably not even going to bother too much with the union. So
Yeah.
pick your poison.
This is relevant because apparently Bandcamp was in the process. Bandcamp made a union. There was a union called, I think there still is technically, Bandcamp United, and they were in the process of wage negotiation. During the Epic acquisition process, and when Epic sold off to the new company laid off I think almost every employee that had formed the union. So it's like now those union employees aren't even at Bandcamp. So I don't know what the future of the union is gonna be. It seems pretty fucked up, but I mean, I feel like that's a case of union busting. That's kind of fucked up. But I don't know if they're gonna pursue that legally. But oh, that's some fucked up shit.
Let me phrase it like this. With how did you hear about the recent union law that passed in the United States, where if there is any if a group of people want to unionize, and if the company immediately starts to do any kind of underhanded tactics against the union, then automatically the union is pushed right through. There is no debate. It's automatically like, you get this union. Forget the exact verbiage of that, but it was something to that effect. And it's a very powerful win for a sort of weird look at American culture. I live in America. You think that we're land of the free, we're land of opportunity, but we shoot ourselves in the foot whenever possible, however often as possible, in a really weird, perverted way. You'd think like we would want to be part of strong unions because then they can be our foothold into conversations with our companies. We can make the companies better, we can make the unions better, we can make ourselves better. But the reality is that we want to instead give all the power over to charismatic losers that aren't even really charismatic.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, what are we doing? Why are we doing this? Why do we look at these people and think, oh, they're cool?
Yeah, I think the excuse the company gave was that they didn't know that they were all part of the union. They happened to be part of the union, but I don't know. Don't buy
Bullshit
that.
on that.
Yeah, 200% makes me mad, but that's just how it is. Like, it's gonna be really sad to part ways with Bandcamp because again, has a lot of sentimental value to me. Like, I found my friends through there, found my audience through there. Like, for years, I begged people to like listen to my music on Bandcamp. Like, people, on YouTube, I would say, "Hey, go buy it on Bandcamp." On when I put up my music on Spotify, I was like, "I'll do that, but you should listen to it on Bandcamp." Like, I constantly told people, "Buy it on Bandcamp, listen to it on Bandcamp," because I love Bandcamp as a platform. It was the perfect platform, and now they're getting fucked. Now there's probably no future. So it's like it's really sad. It's like I'm like the one of the people who's really emotionally affected by it. Not just because my livelihood is at stake, but also because it was so sentimental for me. It's so emotional. It's like it sucks, man. It sucks.
You know what I'm thinking of is the mid 2000s before Bandcamp. I remember clearly like trying to find a bunch of music when I did like the album review game back in 2008. Um, you couldn't just go onto Bandcamp and listen to all this music. So what I was thinking of, this is a real random idea, but there's like the idea of like the song of the week. Like a lot of music blogs would do this back in those days of like, here's a musician with a song. We think it's pretty cool. Go check it out. And like kind of essentially be tastemakers. So
Mm-hmm.
if Bandcamp wants to do this, where we talk about Bandcamp as an entity here of like what they want, what their shareholders want. If they want to disassemble everything that was good about Bandcamp, of like the Bandcamp Daily, checking out whatever was cool that people thought about and wrote stuff about. Well, that idea doesn't go away. That idea of writing about what you like and sharing about it doesn't disappear. It just goes elsewhere. So it can go into like a Tumblr or what have you. And I think that goes into my rant about unions, where if you don't pay your workers well, they're going to unionize. So if you don't want unions, pay a little bit more than above the average, and they're going to not be curious.
Yeah.
So I think you're the point, Cecily, where you're going to, this label could be like a union that you're forming.
Yeah, kinda. That's what I want. I mean, I want there to be a community of people who are there for each other. So far I've got like maybe 2 people who said, "Hey, I want to do that. I wanna work with you. I wanna put my elbow on there." And I mean that's a good start. That's a good start.
2 is better than 0.
Yeah, I just pinged people and was like, "Hey."
Hell yeah. That's something too, that a lot of it is just believe in yourself. I would say, like with regards to my writing, like I believe in this so much and have for so long that I'm frankly not acting in ways that could get me more money or get me more fame, more adulation, because those would be hollow victories. Those would be things that would not nourish me. Ideally, I want to work a job where I can get enough money to then propel me into a career as a writer. But if that conflict exists of being a writer and being a filthy casual day laborer, scrub, in whatever industry I'm in, if that's the conflict, well, isn't conflict art? I would prefer not to. And frankly, with this time I've been unemployed, I'll send out resumes and I'll do what I can. I interviewed last week with a company, but my other time I spend thinking about all areas of my writing, and I do so in a way where I feel like the daily goal, right? The daily writing goal, that should be to get me one day further along toward my dreams and my goals. And I feel like for me, I have so much conflict in my background of like, I don't want to go to this place. I don't want to go work for them. I don't want to go back there. So it's like, what can I do but go in this direction? By saying, I have all this negative energy that's in my past in that direction. If I go back to that, that's just really terrible. So let me put in as much effort as I can afford toward my future, and the process of getting there is what's really exciting for me, because once I get there, it's either I die or I get there, right? Like 50 Cent, right? Get rich or die trying.
Mm-hmm. You gotta keep trying.
You got to keep trying. And if you die, just, get yourself back up again
Yeah.
and keep on going.
Or you just die, but you tried, you know?
You tried.
Uh,
It's, I feel like now that we're in kind of, you don't really have record labels with A&R people like you did in the 90s. That, like, if you found yourself with an A&R person that had your back, then you were set. Now it's just like you got to do it yourself. And I would say like the the conflict of doing it yourself should be enjoyable. You shouldn't look at that as a negative of like, Bandcamp sucks now. Well, Bandcamp always sucked. You just bought into the lie, I suppose. If they truly were good, then they would have kept all those union workers. They would have said like, "Hey, we're getting bought up by a new company, but this is what part of the requirements of the buyout is that we keep the fundamental reason why people go here, which is to find new music. You don't go
Yeah.
there because you want to just uh, look at their ads all day. Like
Yeah.
you want to go there for the music."
Yeah.
And so if they valued that at all in the slightest, whether pre-epic sales or pre-epic sales elsewhere, then you would say, "Oh, yeah, I want to keep this. This is why we're changing hands." Well, it's too bad, but that seems like it's what actually was happening probably for years before the whoever owned the company before sold it to Epic, and then Epic just was trying to hold on to it as like, well, we want to try to incorporate this into Fortnite, and we can't really
Yeah.
figure it out, so we're going to sell it to someone.
I think
And
that was the purpose, yeah. And they couldn't figure
yeah,
it
and it
out.
turned out it was like what only Travis Scott was
Travis
hanging
Scott.
out in Fortnite, and it's like,
Yeah, I think
that's
if
cool.
if Bandcamp was good, they wouldn't have sold it to Epic in the first place. Like, they probably got like $1 billion. Like, $1 billion is a lot, but come on, it's like you should have done that. Should have done that.
Let's see how much they sold it for. So they acquired it in 2022. Did they announce how much they sold it for?
I think it was like $1 billion. Yeah.
So they worked on payments to artists and labels, closing in on $1 billion. So that's how much the market was.
Mhm.
But that might have been like how much they took in and then distributed out. So
Yeah.
maybe half of that went to Bandcamp, the other half went to the artists and labels.
I don't think they would have given it to artists and labels, but that would have been good.
I'm trying to be polite,
Yeah.
Cecily. I'm trying to be considerate.
Yeah. Uh,
Just sucks. So that's why, like I say, like it's very easy to feel defeatist. It's very easy to feel like
mhm.
everything sucks. And that's very easy energy to find yourself orbiting into.
Mhm.
But if you get out of that and you realize, like, yeah, it sucks. What am I going to do to fix it? then that's when you get like your brain just starts to work a lot better. You have less of that tension. And then when it comes up, it's like, oh yeah, I'm working on this novel stuff because I really hate the idea of going and talking to a manager who lies to me. That is something that, if there's anything at all, like I can respect a manager who just doesn't know any better. But as soon as you lie to me, like shit's gone downhill. Like, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, yeah, that's the thing is I want to work toward a future where I can write all the time. I can write as much as I want, or I can take the day off. Um, I can do all sorts of things that I want to do. I can do the things I need to do. That to me is luxury, not owning a sports car, not owning expensive things. It's the luxury of time. And yeah, I think that if you're wasting my time, then it's got to be for good reasons.
Yeah, same. It's like my dream is just like to be with my friends and make art with them and not have to starve. I mean, I would like to also like buy some luxury, but that's not necessary. Like the most important thing is like being able to make the things I want to make and not dying. It's just so it's very hard, way harder than you think actually. But yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of it too, honestly, is if we had more social services, if we had more ability to have a, you're guaranteed UBI, universal basic income, if you had your ability to work however much you wanted or however little you wanted, if my goal in my life is to have enough for maybe going on an occasional trip out somewhere, right? Like if I wanted to go to Korea or if I wanted to go to various parts of the world, then I could work for that. I could work harder and get that money and do that. Or if I don't want to do that, then work less and work on my own stuff. Like we should be able to do that, but we can't
Mm.
because of a lot of the aforementioned reasons. We don't really need to dredge back through that. But I feel like we can do a lot better to allow more people, even if all you want to do is just go watch TV. Like, hey, if that's your life, then we should be able to do that without
Mm-hmm.
literally ruining our bodies and our minds in order to do that. But I feel like the more I'm out in the world, the more I meet people in corporate America, the more I see a sort of lust for money of like a few months ago I met someone who completely ruined their whole life. I'm using neutral pronouns of they them to protect here the guilty. So this person completely ruined their life. They were in a state of basically an addict, basically an alcoholic, by my assessment as someone with 10 plus years of recovery in alcoholism. I could see how that was affecting their life and how their job was affected by that. Their job was incredibly stressful. And so what they did was they lashed out at me because I was trying to figure out a way to manage all this. And I said, hey, I don't drink and I'm not interested in hearing about all this, which to people that are not ready to accept what their problems are, that was effectively like me saying like, hey, go fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
So it's stuff like that. Like I see that more and more of like people will kill themselves to get extra money. And it's frankly to the point now where when I'm looking for work, I tell people like if the job requires me being on call, I don't want it.
Mm-hmm.
Like imagine Cecily, imagine if right now I was paged by some manager for like, hey, can you help me with this thing? And I had to be like, hey, I gotta go. Like we had a really good conversation, but I gotta go answer this page right now. Like, no,
That would suck.
I know. And so the way that the wages work around here is that I could be on call. I could be like available to get paged but I would only get paid if I get paged. So
Oh,
if I don't get
what?
paged, I get all that kind of stress of like, am I going to get paged? I can't do much of anything. I can't like budget any time because what happens if? And then
Mhm.
I don't get paid until I get that ping. And it's like that's not for me. I don't want that.
Yeah.
I live on my own terms, and this is where last week I was interviewing with a manager who lied to the recruiter with this company because I told the recruiter like I don't do on call stuff. So if it's on call, I can't proceed. And the recruiter's like, "Well, I'll go ask." And then I got the go ahead, so I assumed that the manager told the recruiter, "Yeah, go for it." And then when we go interview we had talked about like, oh, I don't like lying because the guy was like, tell me about like what should I know about you? And I said, well, I don't like lying. I don't like liars. I don't lie. I don't do anything like that. And the guy
Mhm.
was like, me too. And then later on, like I find
Nice.
out like he lied to the recruiter.
Oh my god. Yeah.
It's like, what are you doing, buddy? Like you just told me you lied.
Mhm.
Now if you're telling me you don't like liars, like this is case in point an example of someone who stole off a large amount of himself. I guess I'm giving he him pronouns to the guilty here. Here I am contradicting myself. I'm not perfect.
Yeah.
Um, but it's like here this guy was just ready to sell off a large amount of his soul, right? Like if you say like I don't like liars, that comes from a deep place in your soul where you say I don't like it when people are untrue to me. I don't like it when people steal from me or like commit acts against me. I don't like that. So that's going to be a core tenet of myself. But then to then lie to me to get me there, and then to hand wave on off and say like, oh, sometimes it's just good to interview, right?
Mm.
It's like, fuck, dude, I had to go drive out here. I had to go talk with you, and I had to go drive back home. Like that was a wasted like 2.5 hours versus not.
Mhm.
So yeah, I would say like that's where we get to the conclusion of this thought is that a lot of people lost after money and it's fine to want things. It's like I like sitting in a chair. I like having a computer, right? Like I'm not doing nothing with my life, but I don't need more than what I have or what I want. I don't need super luxurious things. And if I want something, I'll budget it, right?
Yeah, right now I wish I had a bit more. I'm a bit lacking right now. I'm needy, but yeah, like I'm not even asking for a lot.
Yeah, and that I know that feeling as well. I trust me. Last year I was very close to. I had before I took that last job that got me really busy last year. Um,
Mhm.
I had like 1 month's rent left, and it was like I was still like on the very tail end of being disabled, of to the point of like needing a cane to walk around.
Mhm.
It was like, what do I do? And then I got the job that worked out for a while. Um, so it was like I was able to recover from that, but like I understand that very well of like wanting it, there's a distinct difference, right? Like what you're talking about of the need to have a better living situation, frankly, right? Like you are in that kind of need for a better living situation is different, distinctly different than hey, I want like something superfluous. I want all this kind of fancy stuff to be more like this or more like that. I think I don't know a good way to phrase it other than you are looking to fulfill your baseline minimum to
Mhm.
live in a good, stable place with good, stable food and a little bit of kick around money versus me, where I've met a lot of people where I've seen where they don't have a need for securing their rent, securing food, but they want more because they're taught you need to have more, you need to have this infinite growth. So then they pervert themselves and they end up being liars. They end up killing themselves slowly with addictive behaviors and tendencies that don't serve them. And these are the things that if I kind of will phrase it like this, you're not going down that path. I've seen many people go down that path, and the root of that is wanting to have the power and the money rather than wanting to have the good life. Is it's sad. Whenever I see it, I just like, yeah, I feel bad for him. I feel like that empathy of like, well, I don't want to work with these people. I want to work with people that are at least say what they're saying. At least, like going back to that auto mechanic, right? Like the guy was just like, yeah, you don't need an oil change. You're good on your oil, and your tires are just need a little bit of air. Like that could have been $100 problem, but it wasn't. It was free. Like that's more of what we need in this life. We need more of people that are like just kind to each other. Just like, yeah, at the end of the day, just wanting to help each other rather than wanting to get $1 out of someone. Like, go take that dollar and shove it. You want the dollar more than friendship? Okay, fine. Get out of here. Like that's my rant in a nutshell there, I suppose.
Oh man, I think we need to wrap up.
Yeah, we're nearly at we still have like 20 minutes left, but unless you got to wrap up right now.
Yeah, I'm hungry. I think we've been talking for a while.
Yeah, like 2.5 hours.
This episode was pretty good. I think was a banger.
I think so too. We covered a lot of heavy topics, so
Yeah,
definitely.
It was
Thank you
fun.
for letting me rant.
Yeah, you too. I ranted a lot, especially at the end with the Bandcamp shit. I've been meaning to let that out.
It's good though. You gotta get that out. You got to because what I've seen by and large is that if you don't express that stress, then it consumes you and controls you. So you gotta tell people. You gotta say, "Hey, I don't like this," so that way it gets out of your system.
Yeah, exactly. I gotta write about it. I think.
Hell yeah. Yeah. So thank you very much for your time, Cecily. I always appreciate talking with you. I always have fun talking with you.
Oh, of course. This was wonderful.
And let's wrap up so you can get some food. Hopefully, it's good
Yeah.
food and enjoyable food.
Yeah, I gotta save up. So I'm just gonna buy like a small little thing, but it's okay. It's okay.
Cool. Well, hey, I'll. It's like it's a joke of the Midwest goodbye where you say like, okay, it's time to go, and then like 30 minutes later, you're still saying goodbye.
Yeah, I mean it happens here. Okay.
All right. Take care. Well, I'm Zombie Paper, by the way. I'm Zombie Paper. Hi.
Yeah, go
And
go
you're
check.
Cecily.
I'm Cecily. Go check out Zombie Papers podcast, the chat. It's great. I'm keep gonna be in here. Sometimes I drop by.
Yeah, I write on betterzombie.com, YouTube side. I publish daily stuff related to my literature, novel 02. Cecily, you've been helping me with character Linda Rowe, who has some prominence within the story, but because you don't want to know a whole lot about the novel, you want to read it and get surprised yourself. I have to be very isolated with what I present. I have to be very abstract and say, how would Linda Rowe react like this? And then you kind of just come up with an idea. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah. It's fun.
So yeah, that's me and you. You, Cecily, are a fantastic individual. You've made a lot of really great music that I've enjoyed for many years and
Yeah.
hope to for many years to come.
A new album coming out on Friday. It's called Everyone Live. That's what it's
Oh
called.
hell yeah, I didn't know about this.
Really? I've been talking about it. It's a new album coming out. It's on Friday. I think it's coming out on Friday. I mean, BD is mixing it. She thinks she's gonna be done soon. Let's go. New album. New Cecily Rance
yeah.
album. The final album ever. I'm never gonna make anything ever again.
Really or no?
I'm joking, of course. I'm working on more stuff. Yeah.
I was like, what? When an artistic person says that to an artistic person, then the response should always be like that. Like, are you doing okay? Like, are you feeling okay? Are you do I need to check on you more?
Yeah, it's
There's
gonna
no
be
stopping.
great. Yeah, it's no stopping. But this album is very personal, and I put a lot of myself into it. I hope people like it. It's a weird fucking album. I mean, not sound wise, but like thematically, it's like a fucking weird personal album. It's like if you thought Bunny Girl was personal, this one goes fucking heavy. So you know.
I look forward to it. I won't promise and guarantee that I'll love it or like it.
Yeah.
However, you've had such a proven track record of good music, in my opinion, that I'm sure I'll like it.
Yeah, you always like my music, which I'm grateful for.
Well, thank you again. Yeah. I think yeah, thank you.
Yeah, bye bye.
Take care and bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, I'm gonna go. Bye bye.
Take care and bye-bye.
Take care. Okay, Chad, this is it. I'm done. I've gotta fucking go. I gotta go. And I gotta eat. So bye bye. Bye bye, Chad. Thanks for watching.